Excellent news. Sorry guys. So I haven't crashed in like nearly 2 weeks, which is great. Yeah. Anyway, I'm back. That's great news, isn't it? I am going to try and do a few fixes. PC Specialist did give me a few things to do to try and fix it, but I was too busy doing stuff around my grandma and mum and whatnot, so I haven't got to it yet. With Maggie here as well, I haven't had any time too, so we'll see. Blimey, I thought we'd have a bit of a wait, to be honest, but it looks like we're on the way in. Right, we'll try again. I'm hoping that my food isn't gone. Somebody could have come and nabbed my food. Dello, thank you for the prime. Tom, thank you very much for the resub. Kira Sunny, thank you as well. Cheers, peeps. Thank you. Food's still there. Excellent. Meat will be burnt. Well, it definitely wasn't going to be burnt because I didn't get the fire lit. You think Ish cursed me? Oh, we'll see, Harry. Hopefully not. No curse. The Space Needle in Seattle. Interesting. That would be cool. I bet it's pretty high. It's called the Space Needle. Want to check the logs on Windows Event Viewer? It's a GPU crash rival, and they think it's software related. So I can see the crash inside of OBS's logs. It's a crash. The crash code is suggesting that I'm trying to stream more than 8 times, and I'm not. But anyway, it's an OBS graphics card crash. I already know what's causing it. It's just there's any number of different things that could be causing it. Software related, they think. One of the things they've suggested is that I completely do a fresh install of OBS, which is a ball ache, so I might do that tomorrow. How many hours do I have? I don't know, Fettuccine, more than 20,000. I've stopped counting at that, dude. I'm going to say that forever now. I can't be asked to change it and work it out. It's more than that. But it's been more than that for a while. Dello, thank you very much for the prime. Cheers, Dello UK. Thank you. Alright, cooked quick. So we've got a dried mushroom. I would probably rather have had a baked one, but can't have everything, can you?
Cheers, Mr. OnlyManZ.
Maybe when I leave in July I can send it back to have its oil changed. That's not a bad idea. Oil change. Right, let's leave. Okay, alright, we're going to check the first convoy spawn, which is just this away. Boom, thank you very much. Cheers, Mr. OnlyManZ. Thank you. You can check out my OnlyManZ content on Paul_OnlyManZ on Instagram. Hi, Michael Slot. You're right, dude. Thank you, Boom, and Dello. Thank you both. Baked chicken with mushroom and a little bit of pate. It does sound pretty good. I ain't gonna lie. I think you're right. Hi, Dizzy Marigold. Hope you're good. So apologies for the outage, guys. I crashed. I'm back though. I have done the reason I was slightly longer. There was a new NVIDIA update on the 27th, so I've just done that. I'm sure it won't make any difference, but I've done it anyway, so it could help potentially. We'll see. Right, can I get sticks from that one? Can I get sticks from that one? Can I get sticks from that one? Yes. Hi, 9/11 Survivor. Cheers for coming in. I hope you're good. DW, thank you for coming in, dude. Cheers for checking out the videos. Hello, Achilles, as well. Shots behind. I've got to finish making my bag. I'm probably not going to go towards those shots, I don't think. No vest makes me not so keen. Yeah, cheers, Rival. We'll see how we go. I just need some time. Reinstalling OBS feels like a 2 days off together kind of thing for me, really, just so that I can have a day to do it and then have a day to piss around fixing it. So if I do it tomorrow, there's a chance I might end up missing Sunday's stream, which I don't know. I'm sure I can do it. It's just, I don't know. We'll see. I might wait until. The problem is the next time I've got 2 days together is when my kids are here again, you know, and then I'm not like when the kids are here. I don't really want to be like, all right, well, you have fun. I'm going to go and do that all day, you know. We'll see. Okay, so the first convoy spawn potentially is this way. I could run all the way back and check the convoy spawn near to Tulga as well, but I don't think I can be fucked with that. I don't know. I might just run this way and go up towards Steroid Tents. I think we might do that. That'd be fun. Can't believe you're putting your kids' welfare ahead of ours. I know, I'm so selfish. A disgrace. Make it a family project. Let's fix the computer. Get the kids to do it, yeah. Right, hopefully we can avoid any more crashes. It's a weird thing. I shouldn't say this because I'll end up getting another one, but normally I get like one every 2 weeks, even if I've not fixed it. So we've had our one. Should be good the rest of the day. Hey Quisling, you're right, dude. Proud Father, thank you very much for the 29 months. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. I did manage to snaffle myself another cup of coffee while I was doing the NVIDIA update as well. So I've done the NVIDIA driver update, made a new coffee as well, which is good. Any plans for the weekend? Well, I'm off tomorrow and I'm streaming Sunday. So I've got a bit of gardening to do tomorrow. I think I need to do my monthly banking, which is tedious. But I've got to do my so I've got to do a little bit of admin tomorrow. It'll probably take me about 45 minutes roughly, but I've got to do my monthly banking and books and whatnot. So I've got to do that. I might take my mum out for lunch, but a little bit of gardening, not a lot. But yeah, not too much. And then on Sunday I think I'll be streaming, unless I try to fix OBS tomorrow and fuck it up. I don't know, Achilles. Maybe it's just the way you took it. I don't know. I've not seen it. I've heard of sexual chocolate. Sexual chocolate. Right, let's get up to not feed shack, hunting stand, and then we're not actually that far from where the convoy. Oh, I'm not going to run back though. I can't be. It's such a long way. I can't be bothered. Can I be bothered? I don't know. Maybe I can be bothered. We'll see if I can be bothered or not. Tune in next time to find out. Maybe I should be bothered. I don't know. Convoys can really be good. What are your thoughts on the Hamilton Murph? I like them. I liked them when they came out. I've never tried one on, but I think they're a nice looking watch. They're a field watch, obviously. Interstellar is my daughter's favourite film. If she was into watches, I'd be so eager to get her the 38mm one, but she's not. But yeah, I like the film a lot. It's one of my favourite films. I think Hamilton are a really good brand. They're kind of famous for field watches, and that's one of those, you know. So it's got quite a lot of stuff going for it. I'd probably just get a standard khaki field if I was going to get a Hamilton, but I can see the appeal. I'm going to go back and check the convoy spawn. It's a ways away, but I just feel like we'd be stupid not to. It's not like we've got all day or anything, is it? We have got all day. We might as well go and do the stuffs, check the things, find the loots, do the needful and stuff. Hope you're rocking your 5600. I only tend to wear the G-Shocks when I'm gardening and stuff like that, dude. But I do wear them, but more so like I was saying, tomorrow I might the gardening I want to do. I need to go and get a couple of bags of bark chips and just put them in a border in the front of the house. So I'd like when going to the garden centre and whatnot. I'd definitely put a G-Shock on and just wear that for the day while the gardening's going. You know, that's kind of when I wear them more so. Other than that, I don't wear them so much because I'm just sitting here at the PC. I can wear. I don't need a beta the same, you know. What happened to the YouTube stream? It did end 5/7, but I crashed, so the Twitch stream ended too. It's back. There is a new YouTube stream. You mentioned that it complains about too many streaming channels. It only crashes once every now and then. Perhaps if somehow it doesn't delete the old streaming instances every time you start a new stream. It's not that, Nick. It's not that. It's not physically streaming more than once like that. When I say streaming multiple times, I mean multi-streaming. So I'm streaming to Twitch. I'm streaming to YouTube. I'm also recording with Shadowplay. That's 3 different things at the same time. But it seems to be suggesting I'm doing 8 instantaneously, but it's not. Like, my PC's off in between streams. There's no way it's carrying on a live stream from a previous day because the PC's been off.
Thanks for the distractions and cheer.
It's not that, dude. It's to be honest, it's the Twitch multi-streaming that's causing it. It's something in the Twitch multi-streaming and the way that it works. If I went back to 1080p on Twitch, I wouldn't get crashes anymore, which might be what I have to do. I'd rather not do that, but it might be what I have to do. You blame bringing up Great Yarmouth, yeah. If we'd brought up Jaywick, then I would have been done for the day. Tomcat, thank you very much. Cheers for the sport. Truck got smashed. Oh, dude, sorry, that sucks. I hope you get it sorted on insurance, dude. Oh my god. What the fuck is that? What is that? It's a player. That's fucking really geared player at the top of the hill. That's insane. I don't think it's that, Nick. It's the Twitch multi-streaming that's causing the issue. Multi-streaming is kind of known for it. It's the way that I have to do it. Appreciate that the thought though, nonetheless. Oh, this is cool. It's actually a more fun spawn, I think. I was looking at it thinking that's a dude, isn't it? Is that a dude? And yeah, and then the dude moved when I started running towards him, so it definitely was a dude. I only had 1 slug, so I kind of needed to hit with the slug, and it was a bit far away, so no bueno, unfortunately. See, it's just gone 2 PM. Well, I've been on an hour wasted and crashed, so up your bum. Not my fault you were late. I started about 20 past 2-ish, but I had one of my my favourite crashes. Thank you again, Tomcat. Cheers for the support, dude. I'm glad I'm being let off. I'm relieved I am. Hi Connor, I'm doing alright. I'm doing pretty good. Nom 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 nom. Dude, I haven't got a merchandise logo just immediately to hand. I'll have to get it made. That's something that will take me about a month to remember to ask Neuro to do. Never mind anything else. You got no shoes on. This size new. Go have me that gun. How is he not fucked? This dude should be fucked. How did that? What? And then he pulls out a fucking gun. Holy shit! The guy is so injured, and he's got a bullet in the gun. Fuck! Please let me spawn back there. It's so crazy how quick you can pull out a pistol. Oh my god, fucking Berezino. It's crazy how quick you can go from like get the gun out, raise it and shoot. It's so fast. But yeah, fair play. It was a good shot. I honestly didn't think he had any bullets. I thought he was going to throw the gun or something. He was like red flashing, that dude. Fuck's sake. I don't want to do Berezino. I've just done fucking... Oh, I'll do Berezino. Fuck's sake. I don't want to, but I will. I've just done fucking Solnichi and regretted it. Now we're doing Berezino. Fuck me dead. Why did I not see bleeds? I don't know, Duster. It made a bleed sound, so I should have been bleeding, but the status things, there's a known bug in this patch that your status things can get bugged, so you can have like the heat buff yet still be freezing to death. So I might have been status bugged, but I don't know, dude. I didn't even notice. I was bleeding though, so I will have been losing blood. Oh, Duffster, well he was mostly walking on grass, so that might be why he wasn't bleeding. If he was mostly walking on grass, he probably only took them off fairly close to me, somewhere behind that shed. That's probably why. There's a lot going on here, isn't there? There was another new spawn just drifting across there, so I guess we ought to rush to the PD before they get there. So frustrating. The fishing rod with that is kind of useful, but I've got no bag. I've got nowhere to put the fucking thing. Won't fit in my inventrix. I don't want to do Sakal 911. I have to be really in the mood for a cold map. I'm alright with Chernarus, dude. I've only had one life of any substance, and even then I hadn't really got going, you know, so I'm alright with Chernarus. It's not going terrible or anything. We're not even really got started yet. But I don't really want to do Sakal. I have to be really in the mood. Yeah, I can't fit my rod in my pants. It's too big. She's going to get my rod to the face. Took it pretty well. There's a lot of shots over there, isn't there? Yeah, Kellic, that thankfully, hopefully, the patch that they're dropping on Friday will fix some of the bugs with any luck. So the bug fixing patch is dropping on, on Monday. It's dropping on Monday, Friday today. So Monday the 1st, they're dropping the new patch, which is currently on experimental. Hopefully it'll fix a few of the bugs. Please, for the love of all things, give me a bag. Give me a bag, game. Come on. I've only been alive about 10 seconds, but the first thing I picked up won't fit me trouser. It's annoying. There's no wipe with Monday. It's a hot fix. Sakal is for vets. Yeah, it's really hard, Sakal. My word, is it tricky. Ooh. I've not had that peekaboo. Any news on the graphical error with rendering hills? I get black lines on most hills, 300 meters-ish, have to change textures. I've not had that. That's weird. Come on, come on. Go, go, go. Much new in your life, Paul? Been a while since I've hit a stream, been watching the videos. Hi, Connor. I had a family bereavement a couple of weeks ago that sucked. My grandmother passed away, so nothing new there that's exciting. It's sad, but outside of that, I'm doing all right. Things are going pretty well for me. I'm fairly happy, doing all right health-wise. Been losing weight and weights and push-ups and whatnot, and doing all right. Ah, oh, yes. You could hear zombie aggro. Well, I've got my volume low, so I couldn't hear it. Glock. Kind of a weird thing to find in here. I mean, someone's left it there. It didn't spawn there. "20 slots. What condition are you? Damaged. Kind of hope to find a couple of Glock bullets or something. Honestly can't believe there was a dude up that hill there. I ought to be trying to go back to where I just died. That guy was so geared. He absolutely won't need anything off of me. Plate carrier and fucking all sorts that guy had. Yeah, cheers, Survivor, dude. Thank you. Yeah, shit. So, Carl, is the easiest way to get a suppressor. Bookcase. Oh, I didn't see anything. I don't know. And Sakar's alright. Sakar's just a bit... It's fine for the first 3 or 4 hours of a life, but once you've been to the geared places, it's just dull. It's fine when you're a new spawn, but it's boring once you're mid-geared and kind of set, you know? It's just... It gets dull after 3 or 4 hours. The replayability is really limited as a result, so I'm only in the mood for it here and there. It's kind of fun at the start, and then it gets progressively shiter. Bit like sexy time with me. Once you realise that's the only move I've got, you know. Oh, wasted. Thank you. I'll change that sometime next month. Oh, dude, thank you. How can they fix that? I don't know, Shabazz. I think the map is the problem. I really do. I think the map needs a massive rework. That's just my opinion, but... If you, the peninsula is where you've kind of, to compare it to Chernarus, if the northwest airfield is kind of the endgame zone, or Tissy, whichever one of those you pick, it doesn't really matter, then the peninsula is the endgame zone on Sakal. But you get halfway down the droopy cock of the peninsula, you do the bunker, and then you're stuck on a island of no fun, and there's nowhere to go that's any fun. So you've looted the bunker, and then you either go further down the peninsula to the tip of the cock, but there's not much there. It's kind of spread out, and there's not a whole lot there. So then you could go and do the container quest, but you've done it before. How many times are you going to keep repeating that same quest? You know, maybe not many. So then what you tend to do is run back where you came from.
Sorry to hear about your grandmother. Hope
so
you
kind of
well.
You loot into a cul-de-sac. You loot into a cul-de-sac, you get the loot, and then what? You run back to where you started, and that's about it. That's all there is. Never. Thank you very much for the support. Cheers for the support. That's really kind. Thank you for the kind words about my grandma as well. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Shipwreck is the end game on Sakal. Well, it is no code, but how many times are you going to do it? That's the point. The end game is the bunker. The bunker with like you get. That's the main quest, right? So you do the bunker. You go find the scientist. You get the glow plug, and you do that quest. Then you can go and do the shipwreck and go and do key cards if you want. Go and do containers. But it's dull. It's dull. You know. It's not very fun. You know. You get a blue key or a yellow key, and then you go around looking for containers where there's fucking bisons with suppressors on and stuff, you know. It's not very exciting. The replayability of that quest is limited, you know. It's a little bit like the gas zone quests on Chernarus. It's fun to do a couple of times, but it's not worth the effort once you've done it a few times. It's pointless, because you can get really good loot without doing it. So there's no point doing it, you know. It's fun a few times. I've done that quest a few times. So I don't find it that replayable. It's that's the problem. Like going off on some hours-long quest to find a container that's the right colour, only to find an M4 with like 8 bullets, and the bullets are so hard to get. Like 5.56 is so hard to get on Sakal that you have to just keep going to the shipwreck. You know, it's boring. It's kind of boring. It's fine to do a couple of times, but it's not fun to keep doing. What's the difference with Chernarus? I'm curious. There's a lot more places to go. That's the difference. I did hear the shot, but there's not much I can do about it. The main difference is that on Chernarus, when you're at the airfield and you've done your gear run and you're fully geared, there's a whole lot of places to go. The map doesn't just say, alright, now turn around and go back where you came from. Go back to where there's all mid-tier or low-tier gear players, and that's it. In Chernarus, you can be at the northwest airfield and call that your end game. Then you could go to Tissy. Then you could go to the Tricresta Milli base. Then you could go down to Mishkino tents. You can go to Zelenogorsk. You can go sniping in Stari and Novi. You can go VMC. You can go all different places. There's many different areas you can go to. You can do little loops of those areas if you want. But what you're not forced to do is turn around on the loot route you've just done to get to the airfield and retrace the steps of what you just did, because that's it. You've looted into a tunnel and now you're stuck. You've got to turn around and go back down the tunnel where you came from. It's just not very good. The map is too small. The island itself is too small. So you basically, once you're geared, you turn around and go back and shoot new spawns. I love the feel of Sakal. The first 3 to 4 hours of a life can be really, really fun. But when you're geared, there's not enough places to go. Chernarus is a massive map with loads of different places, loads of different military bases, lots of tier 4 and 3 areas to visit. There's other quests you could do similar to the container quest if you want to do it, but I don't tend to. I've done it enough, you know. But there's lots of places you can go. It's not like for Chernarus to be like Sakal. You'd spawn in Berezino, go to the northwest airfield. And then after that, you had to turn around and then retrace your loot steps back towards Berezino again. It's not very fun. Well, heli crashes and convoys do exist, no code, yeah, but my point still stands. It's not, the island's quite small. You're not. It's not actually. It's fun for a few hundred hours. I think Sakal's better than Livonia, but it's not replayable. I've played it enough. I play it every now and then. I've got the hours in it. I've done it all, and it's very repetitive in a way that Chernarus isn't. And clearly you're a big fan of Sakal, and that's great. I wish it was a little bit more varied. I really like the atmosphere of it. It's just too samey. I did leave my rod, yeah, when I switched backpacks. I did, you're right. I can't really remember where I switched backpacks, to be honest, so we might be missing the rod. Might be. I think I killed a zombie and switched, didn't I? It was somewhere like around here or just the other side. I just love the beauty and the challenge. Well, I think it's beautiful. I don't think it's particularly hard, Sakal. I don't think it's particularly hard, personally. It's kind of fun. I don't think it's a huge challenge myself. I enjoy it. I enjoy the graft of a life and getting going. It can be hard for the first hour. I don't even know where I change bags now. But Sakal is missing some shit. It is, unfortunately. It's not mid to end game is just not there. I think the rod was behind Mustache Green. And that's the green mustache. I don't know. I killed a zombie and then I switched and I didn't switch the thing over. I think it was over here. Yeah, it's here, look. Probably should pay attention, shouldn't I? I'm just going to go back to the well. There was a shot up towards Kelm. I'm still probably going to run towards Kelm as well, but I think Badlands has got the potential to be more varied, you know. They're talking about Badlands as being a map that's similar to Chernarus, and obviously I don't mean cosmetically because it's going to be a desert, but Badlands is going to be the biggest DayZ map. It'll be, well, biggest official map. It's bigger than Chernarus. If they've got lots of points of interest, it could have lots of variation, and it could be quite interesting to play when you get geared, you know. It might be hard at the start and then interesting in the middle. Even if you compare Sakal to Namalsk, you know, like when you're geared on Namalsk, there's a lot of things to do. The quest is really interesting if you want to try and go to Athena 3 or try and do the Lantia thing if you want, but taking aside quests, there's more fun high-tier bases to have fights at. It's not just where you've got the good gear and then you're stuck. There's the Hilitary base, there's Candy Cane, there's Athena 2, there's the factory area, there's the base that's like, you've got the helicopters on top of the hill and then you've got a base over by the river there. Like, there's lots of different places you can have fights down south. You can even go to Tara Island and try and get a tundra if you fancy it, and then you end up with fights there. But there's more varied fights in the south of Namalsk and more places to have them than in Sakal, where you get to the peninsula And then you're kind of shafted, you know, that's it. Unless you want to go off and do that same fucking boat ride again. Right, let's leave. Let's get the fuck out. Didn't really get a great deal, but we have got a bit of food. Not got anything to open up a... open up a can of food with, like a knife. Is the mouse related to Deer Isle? It is not, no. Namalsk is more related to Sakal in that Namalsk is made by Sumrak, who's the lead game designer of DayZ, and obviously was heavily involved in the making of Sakal. Obviously I can hear the shots. I've got no gun. There's nothing I can do about the shots, so I'm just kind of ignoring them for now. Bones, I think, in medical. Nah, it's all good. That's what I wanted before. I was carrying 3 bottles. I was prepping for a suppressor, but never found the duct tape. Nah, we're good. I'll just go this way. We'll see what we find. I want to get in the map. Don't want to stay in Berezino. There's a lot of people around though, isn't there? It's quite busy. If we had a shotgun or something and some buckshot and maybe a stab vest, it could be fun, but we don't. Why don't they add Cool Armor 3 maps like Tanoa? Well, they made Sakal off the basis of Tanoa Achilles. That's probably why they've not done it. Sakal was taken from Tanoa and made into a winter map. Hi Leon, you're right, dude. Marrow the Malamut, thank you very much for the 5 months, dude. Appreciate it. Welcome back. Thought you rage quit. What? While I was cooking food, happily having a chat in the house? No, no rage quit there, dude. Crash. Crash, but no rage quit. Have a little swig of me coffee. If you could use a gun or suppressor or knife, why did you pass the military gear in the docks again? Because there's 3 containers and it normally has fuck all in its Sears level. If I spawn over that way I check them, otherwise I don't normally bother. But I kind of pretty good at looting the game. I tend to just loot where I loot and I'll carry on going. I think I did see you asking why I wasn't going to them. If you're playing vanilla, there's very rarely anything good there. Often it's like an M4 buttstock or something, or an M4 fucking handguard. Occasionally you get lucky and you get a pair of combat boots or something, but there's very rarely anything there. You don't get guns in those containers. It's a military containers in a tier 1 zone like Berezino aren't going to spawn you an M16, dude. You get fuck all. You get boots or maybe a knife, but I don't need a knife. I'm going to find a knife. We're going to find about 6 knives in the hunting camp up this way in a minute, but there's only 2 or 3 containers there and there's never any loot. I do have 2 Glock rounds, yeah. Cheers, Danjo, thank you. Am I thinking about playing the 007 game off stream, or you're not interested in... I'm not particularly interested in single player games, but I might give it a whirl, maybe. If I do play the James Bond game, I'll stream it though, but I've been thinking about streaming it, yeah I have. I haven't got it, but I was thinking about it. That's as far as I've gotten. Have I played the Long Dark? Briefly, yeah. It's kind of fun. It's not really my bag, but it's a really well-made single-player survival game. But it's not really my thing. I think we'll just skip this. I've had plenty of water. We're just going to go... Oh, I don't need to go to the end of town anyway. Yeah, there's a feed shack just up the hill there that we'll check on the way to the summer camp, I guess. Gollum, I just crashed and then came back and started again from the same life, but I got killed by some random dude and not long later, so we're on a new life now. I found every gun there, every gun, even NVGs there, actually rare but possible. It's not possible on vanilla Sears level, I'm sorry. Whatever server you're on is boosting the loot. NVGs do not spawn in those containers on the server I'm playing. Absolutely no way. I'm sorry, dude. They might do on the server you were playing on, but they don't on this server. NVGs on this server spawn at helicopter crash sites, possibly a convoy, and then the pallets at the crash planes at the airfield. There's nowhere else I would get one. You certainly don't get guns there, but on the server you're on, maybe you do, but this server you definitely do not. You do not get every gun in the game in a tier 1 container. You certainly don't get NVGs in Berezino on like a vanilla loot system. You can check that if you want. If you go to Wobo's website, you can go and find NVGs and it will tell you where they spawn on vanilla DayZ. And it certainly won't be in that container. Yeah, timing out those numbers is more of a joke than anything else. Is DayZ considered PvP or PvE when explaining the game to a friend? It's a sandbox survival game, so it can be. It's your choice whether you want to make it PvE or PvP. Got any info on the new map release? Nope. Only what the devs have been releasing, nothing else I'm afraid, dude. What was said for the timeout? Res Eve, that's always a really good plan, you know. Somebody gets a purge for something and then asking somebody else to repeat what they got purged for. It wasn't a timeout, it was just a deleted message. But if you ask someone to repeat it, what do you think will happen if they type it? Let's just move on, shall we? It's all good. Marrow, thanks again. There's no wipe on Monday, no, it's just a hotfix. Oh, I think you described it pretty well then, Mex. It's not for everyone, is it? Cheers, Dirty Aussie, thank you. Cheers for tuning in. Appreciate it, dude. Right. So, summer camp is nearly there. Hopefully we'll find some 308.
TheRunningManZ, running since 2014. Retro tee for $29.
Thank you very much. Thank you for buying the retro tee. I think those look nice. That's kind of a nice font on those t-shirts as well. Cheers for buying the merch, someone. Thank you. There is new merch available in the merch store as of yesterday. TRMZ.shop.
How is this possible?
Cheers, Leon. Thank you very much for the gifted memberships. That's very, very kind, dude. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Cheers, Leon, dude. Thank you very much. Let's get some sticky sticks. Not from there, that's firewood. These will be sticks. We need to rebigulate the bag. One day I will die, but this motherfucker will still be running. Not only will I still be running, I'll still be 38. Volty, I'm sure it's many, many, many decades away. Don't worry. Do I mainly play on vanilla? I play mostly vanilla and lightly modded. I do a mix of both of those, but I prefer DayZ more on the survival side. The side where you don't get guns in the containers on the coast in Berezino. That side, yeah. I always play as this character, Ludi, if I can, yeah. 1 or 2 times I don't, but mostly, yeah. If I spawn in and I'm not this dude, I suicide and become this dude, yeah. Why have I got that fucking song in my head? Daydream believer. How often do I stream? 4 or 5 times a week. Normally 5. So I've just had a few days off because my daughter was here. She was off school, so she's there. Their mum and her mum and sister. So the rest of my family. Well, their mum's not my family, but anyway, the other 2 kids and their mum are going to Butlins today, which is kind of cool. I hope they have a good time. But anyway, yeah, I just had a couple of days off because of that. But I normally stream, 1 week I stream Sunday to Thursday, which is what I'm doing next week. And then the following week I stream Monday to Friday. So usually 5 times a week. Sometimes that changes. Fantasy, happy birthday. 31, eh? 31, you young bastard. Why don't you spend time with your family rather than grinding this? Mate, I don't think my ex-wife would be very happy if I just forced myself along to Butlins against her will. I think one thing, people do work, and I just took time off while my daughter was here. I don't think my ex-wife who asked me to leave 11 years ago would take too kindly with me just turning up at Butlins and butting in. She probably wouldn't want that. Like I just said, I took time off while my daughter was here. She's gone back to her mum's now, so now I'm streaming again on account of it being my job. There's good people out there, Maydre.
Dude, TRMZ running.
There's plenty of good people out there. They're just not on the internet making videos upsetting people is the thing, you know. There's lots of good people doing good things out there. Oh, 308 PU scope. Actually finding some okay stuff. Globby, thank you very, very much. Appreciate it. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you for the 67 months. Fuck me dead. And Fantasy, thanks again. Happy birthday, dude. I don't know, see. I've no idea how I've got Danger Believer stuck in my head. I probably heard it. It's probably on some advert on a radio station or something I was listening to when I went to the supermarket earlier, but... I think next time I go to Sainsbury's, I'm just going to go up to the first person I see and go, why are you in here grinding at your job? Why don't you go home and spend time with your family? Why don't you go home? Stop working, you fuckwit. What are you thinking? Get back home. Get back home. Who do you think you are? Oh, no, 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 no. First, scan my stuff through, though. Scan my stuff through so I can go home. I know you're losing weight the old-fashioned way, but what is your take on the correlation between GLP-1 use and reduced Alzheimer's diagnosis? I don't know how there is much correlation yet, because the drug's relatively new, isn't it? I don't know. It might be correlation or it might be causation, because if you're lower in weight, your chances of having dementia are much lower. But I don't know. I've not looked at it, dude. I haven't seen any evidence about it. I have no clue. But the reality is that drugs that help you lose weight, and if you lose weight, you're less likely to have dementia, so you'd expect there to be a link, you know. If you're obese, if you live a life that's bad for your heart, it gives you much higher chance of getting dementia.
Life never.
But whether there's any more correlation or not, I have no clue, you know. Leon, thank you very much for the support. But also the revolver never jams. Like never. It doesn't jam, no. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you very much, Leon. Thanks again. What's the best item you can get from a police station? If you're in tier 2 and above areas, which is not on the coast other than Cherno, you can in Cherno. The best thing you can get in a police station is an R12 shotgun. You can't get them in like Berezino and Electro, but
I tune into you.
You can get them in all the other police stations inland and also Cherno police station. Runs on Scotch. Cheers for tuning in. I hope you're having a good day. Thank you. Stab Vest is well up there, but I think the R12 would be my number 1 pick. Stab Vest would be pick number 2, I think. John, yeah, I have seen it. I've been contemplating giving it a whirl. 007 First Light. I don't do much other than DayZ, but I don't know. If I fancy a change, that might be right up there as something I might have a bit of a play at. It could be kind of fun. You can also get Pioneers there as well. A Pioneer, you could in theory get a Pioneer with a scope and an ACOG all on the same place. That would be good. Cheers, Runs on Scotch. Thanks again. Leon Globby, thank you very, very much. Went to Poundland yesterday. Went to the Pound yesterday. Sorry, not Poundland. You can. I'm definitely Channel 5 people, aren't I? Went to Pound yesterday, not Poundland. Asked where they kept the big dogs, and they showed me a picture of you. Yeah, that sounds right. The big dog. I like it. I'm not even clicking it this time, Pinkstar. I ain't even clicking it. I'm having a break. I ain't even clicking it, Pinkst. I'm doing well. I'm a cured man. Revolvers don't rely on percussed pneumatics for operation. I don't know what I don't even know how to say percussed. Virtual. I've not played the Nintendo since I moved into this house. task. I agree. Got to pump those likes up. Pump those numbers up. Damn straight. So I'm going to check this house. It can spawn hunting trifles and scopes and the like. And then we're going to check the convoy spawn after that. There's some hunting loops. That's our hunting spawn, unfortunately. That sucks. It's a good thing to have, but I don't really need a rangefinder when I ain't got nothing what shoots. Anyway. Is it worth it? It might just stop me being light blue. Pre-cussed. Okay. In my current run, I have a revolver with 3 boxes of ammo. Blimey. Police stations are pretty good for pistol suppressors, yep. What's classified as a hunting rifle? Anything that takes the hunting scope, pretty much, but probably not the sporter. Anything that takes the hunting scope. And also the Mosin. So, on this map, it would be Savannah, Tundra, Blaze, CR527 and Mosin. I probably missed one, but they'd be what you'd consider hunting trifles. .45 ACP is the most reliable round. Is it? How's the fitness journey going? I'm alright. I'm kind of fairly slow on the weight loss lately. I'm still 1411 at the moment, which is fine. But I feel different with the weights since, like, Miss Portland went home towards the end of April. I feel like I've put on a bit of muscle since then. I've been doing the weights religiously 4 times a week, and I definitely have put on a bit more muscle. I've still got some fat, but yeah, I'm doing alright. I think it's going pretty well. I'm doing the walking, I'm doing the weights. So if my weight's mostly static at the moment, and I've had a few treats, so that's why it's static. I'm not going up, but I'm not going down. But I'm also doing weights 4 times a week, so I am putting on more muscle. So I must be losing a tiny bit of fat. You don't put on muscle very quickly, though. You know, it takes a while. You might put on a pound of muscle in like 4 to 6 weeks. It's a slow progress, you know. But nonetheless, it's going good. I'm feeling good. Feel good. Enjoying it. I'm not particularly enjoying the actual weights and the push-ups in the moment I'm doing them, but I feel good afterwards. You know, I like the feeling after I've done. What's the craziest encounter you've had with a survivor? Probably the Crazy Chris. The most fun in a single encounter was probably the Crazy Chris one. We did just hear a shot, and I'm not really sure where it was, but it's fine. Did you and Miss Portland go for walks together? We did when she came here, Tempest, yeah. We didn't so much in Portland. We were more going out in the evening and whatnot. We went for one walk while we were there, but we did in January. It was cold and miserable. But yeah, when she came here, the weather was okay. We went for walks a lot. We walked around Geneva a lot, and we walked around around Suffolk quite a bit too. Do I go for runs? I don't run Mexicake. No, I'm only running the running twat in DayZ. I don't run in real life. No, thank you. I really like walking. I go out on a hike every day, but in real life I'm the walking man's. In the game, running man's. You hurt my brain, bro. I need a wee. That's a hunting house down there. We're going to go down there in a bit. You can get good guns there too. Probably going to do the castle first. That might have been where the shot was that we just heard, but who knows. What the fuck is the hunting stand? I missed the hunting stand. I don't think I have. There it is. Why the duct tape in hand? I used it to fix some trousers and I didn't put it away, that's all. When you were walking around with Miss Portland, did she get fed up with all the photo and autograph requests? Yeah, it was utterly tedious for her, you know. Right, that's a good opportunity for me to go for a piss. Do you know if Sour Sweet is British? He is British, yes. He speaks really good French though, but yeah, he's British. I'll be back in a sec, guys. Going to go for a wee, and I'm going to make another coffee as well. Won't be long. Okay, hopefully the server's up. It is. Dragon Cobra, thanks for the 26, dude. Thank you very much. Right, okay, ready to go. Hi, Nomeo. Does TRMZ make all these different intro beats himself? Once in a while I watch his streams and he seems to have a different style every time. I don't have talent, Nick. I don't have talent. This one was made by Euro, who made the graphic as well.
Paul, if you for some reason skipped a workout, do you find you miss it? Guilty feeling?
The only time I've missed workouts was when Miss Portland was here, and I had no guilt whatsoever. Like, if I have a week, like when I go to Portland in July, I probably won't work out. She does have some weights, so I might do some, but I don't feel guilty because it's normally for a reason. If I miss one otherwise, I just make it the gym. So last week I didn't do my weights on normal days. Normally I do Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Last week I did... I don't even remember what I did, but I ended up doing the 4th day on the Saturday anyway. But I still did the 4 days. I just make it up the next day. So yeah, I don't feel guilty. But if I miss a day, I do it the next day. Like, there's always going to be times where you're busy and you just physically can't fit it in, but you just do it the next day, you know. Cheers, Al. Thank you very, very much. But no, I don't feel guilty. I probably feel more bad if I miss my daily walk because I do that every day. But I have to have a really good reason to miss the daily walk. I don't know when the last time I missed the daily walk was. I go to the last month. I did miss 11th of May, the only time I missed it. I missed it on the 11th of May. I did 4,000 steps that day, but I got my weekly average well above 10,000. I did extra for instead of doing 10, I did 12 for the next 4 or 5 days and made it up, kind of thing, you know. Paul Summit collab when? I don't think we stream at the same time, but that wouldn't be the only issue. I was really pleased when Summit followed me on Twitter. It was kind of a cool thing. That was a badass thing, in fact, you know. But I don't know. I think Summit's probably got his own people to play with, and I don't stream late. Am I skipping the 2 military tents? Possibly, but I'm coming up to the castle before I get to the tents, and then I'll probably go back down. The weather's been great the last week or so, Game Boy. It's been great. It's just a little cooler and more overcast today, but it's been really warm. It's been lovely. I checked the weather for next week. It's going to rain quite a lot next week by the look of it, so next week's a bit of a downturn, but the last 6 or 7 days, have been amazing. Get a cycle while, yeah, that would be really great. People would love that, wouldn't I? If I was like doing cardio while streaming, I was like, thanks for the reason. that would really be entertaining for everyone, wouldn't it? You think I moan enough now? Just imagine how much I'd moan then. What's my second most played game? Pocket billiards. I don't know what my second most played... My second most played game on PC would either be Tarkov or PUBG. Probably fairly equal. Exactly, Garrett. I think moaning is a British institution. You know, it's what we do. Self-deprecation and moaning, and sarcasm. That's mostly it. Did I play DayZ mod much? I didn't, no. I started on standalone. I tried the mod a little bit, but I was so new to PC gaming, it felt too complicated. Were you a Kappa gamer? If you mean the loot box thingy, no. I only had the entry level. What's the entry level version called? The Left Behind You Cheap Bastard edition. I had that one. Yeah, we're pretty good at queuing as well, Dello. That's a good shout. Be kind of funny, reach a certain goal and I have to cycle for X amount of miles. That sounds awful. I'd rather write people's names on my moves, David. That would be much more fun. I do use an OLED monitor, Flo. Yep, it's an Asus. There'll be a link in the, or a command in the chat, probably from Pinkster on YouTube in a sec, that'll tell you what it is. It's a PG27 something or other. There we go, thanks Pinkster. She'd already done it. What advice would you give someone who wanted to start streaming any game in general? Well, if you want to start, why haven't you started? That's the honest advice. That so many people put barriers in the way. I'd like to do that, but I won't do it until. Just start. It's meant to be fun, you know. If you enjoy the game, start having fun streaming it and see where it goes, you know. That's the best advice there is. Most people can stream from the PC they've already got, but they're too busy going, well, I can't stream until I get 3 monitors. I can't stream until I get a proper mic. I can't stream until I get a new headset. And then they start with all this amazing tech that's cost them loads of money, and then nobody watches, and they're like, well, that was stupid. It's better to just start. And, like, streaming's meant to be fun. So use it, like, treat it as an extension of your hobby gaming and enjoy it. See how it goes. You have been here a while, Pinkster, that's right. Just a little while. Nobody knows when they'll release Badlands, Mick. They've not announced a date yet. Nobody knows. There was bullets. Where were the bullets? I saw bullets. Oh, they're there. Surprised they showed up on the Inventrix, to be honest, but anyway. Oh, nice. Got an FNX with a mag. The mag's in good condition as well, so I only need to fix the pistola. Don't even need to fix that either, it's in good condition too. Just need to fix the suppressor. Prefer Glock or FNX? If I can get enough bullets, then I'd rather go with the FNX because it stuns zombies. It's just kind of nicer for that. It's nicer for shooting Zeds because a chest shot will stun the zombie. So if you've got a couple on you, it just helps you buy a bit more time. Do I have a Batatrix? No. I think the iron sight is slightly nicer on the Glock, but I still prefer this.
Oh, hello there. 6-7.
Thank you very much, honey. I'm home. Another one. That's the third one of those today, I think. Thank you very, very much for the support, dude. Thank you. Could do with one of these having a can of food. It's going so well. That's a bit far. Ooh. What did that land? Mosing rounds, that's decent. Right, let's go to that hunting house I mentioned ages ago. A while ago now, but we've looted the castle. Did get another box of 308. We've ended up with a pistol that's pretty good. Where did the mag go? There it is. Did I grab the tuner off the one with the headlamp? Yarp. There she blows. Tuner. Is Redline here today so exhausted from saving Paul's ass? I don't remember him saving my ass once. He kept dying. I tried to save his ass, but he died, and then I gave him a load of loot back. Honey, I'm home. Thanks again. Cheers for the support, dude. What time are we at? 20 to 5. Must remember to have my protein shake today. Sometimes lately I've been forgetting to have it until like too late. Yeah, my favourite map's definitely Chernarus, Gamer Boy. Hi Majestic, hope you well. I could do with a stab vest. I was thinking about going on towards Severograd to try and get a stab vest, but I think we'll check for a hunting trifle first and then we'll go for a stab vest. What's your go-to soda? Probably Coke Zero. I don't tend to have sugar soda. I had soda hardly ever. I don't have soda very much at all. But if I'm having a meal in a pub and I'm not drinking alcohol, which is usual, then if I get an actual soda, I get Coke Zero. But more often than not in a pub, I tend to order lime and soda, which is lime cordial with soda water. So I don't have soda very often, but if I do, it's either Coke Zero or sometimes Dr. Pepper Zero. But I don't have soda very much these days. If I'm thinking of taking my mum to the pub for lunch tomorrow, I always get lime and soda in there. Yeah, I'm doing alright, Majestic. I'm doing okay. Seem to always be the last one alive. You died more than I did yesterday. The only difference is when you died, Redline, I killed your killer and got you a load of loot. Whereas when I died, you died too. That's the difference. You die and you get given a VSS, an SKS, all sorts of lovely things. Just take it for granted, assume it's amazing and all is well. Whereas I die, and then you talk to the dude that was around, and then he kills you. Wings a thing. Yeah, we get quite a lot of chicken wings, Nate, yeah. There's actually a Wingstop in Chelmsford. Wingstop's okay, but yeah, chicken wings pretty common. What's my alcohol beverage of choice in the pub? I don't go to the pub very often, Monsieur. I'm gluten intolerant, so I don't drink beer very much, and pubs for me are mostly beer drinking. I don't like buying shorts in pubs, too expensive, you know. But in the past couple of years when I've gone to Prague for the DayZ events that they've done, I've had beer there, and it seems to be lower in gluten and they get away with it. That's great. So in Prague, beer, in Freedom Land, a couple of beers and then gin and tonic or something, because I can't really do the beer very much. But yeah, I don't drink alcohol in pubs very much. My favourite drink is whiskey, but if I drink that, I tend to drink it at home because you can get a bottle of what you like and not pay pub prices. Probably will watch the Champions League final tomorrow, Gamer, yeah. It's all good, Majestic. I knew what you meant. How did the infamous Redline team up go? We got killed a lot. It was alright. Do you guys party when you have TwitchCon? Yeah, basically it was like the Friday, Saturday and Sunday evenings were just like lots and lots of DayZ peeps all drinking in the same bar, and it was good. It was really good fun. It was great, actually. It was really good. There was lots and lots of streamers there of DayZ of all different sizes in terms of viewership, and then some people that don't stream, like Redline streams every now and then. But for example, Redline was there. Some people that stream, some people that don't, people that are not quite affiliate or are affiliate, not quite partner, and so on, like all different shapes and sizes. It was great. It was really good. Favourite whiskey? Bunnahabhain 18 is my favourite whiskey. It's not the best whiskey I've ever tasted, but if I'm using my own money, and that's about as high as I'd want to spend, so Bunnahabhain 18. I don't drink it all the time because it's quite expensive, but it's my favourite. Cheers, Dom G. Thank you. I tried Open. I wasn't that keen on it. I tried I think it was 14 is the one that people recommend with Open. I tried it. I didn't think it was all that. Least favourite whiskey of all time? Johnny Walker. Any Johnny Walker I've ever had tasted like soil and shit. Jack Daniels is fairly high up there, but I'd rather drink JD than Johnny Walker. Blended Scotch and Jack Daniels are very different. Yeah, but in the grand scheme of what's your least favourite whiskey, they're the ones that are my least favourite. Like, Jack Daniels is bourbon, but they call it Tennessee whiskey. That's marketing though, but I still dislike them both. But I'd rather drink Jack Daniels than Johnny Walker. And whether it's blended Scotch or whether it's Jack Daniels, you still have to buy it, and it still has a price, and then there's a taste to value sort of thing. Johnny Walker's probably most of them are more expensive than JD and tastes like shit. Have you got any intoxicated stories to tell? No, I haven't. No, I never get drunk. I didn't fall over at TwitchCon. Are you into single malt Scotch at all? My favourite Scotch is, my favourite whiskey is Bunnahabhain 18, which is a single malt Scotch. So yeah, absolutely I am, yeah. Is Bunnahabhain 12 any good? I'm not a massive fan. I wouldn't buy the 12. I'd rather buy Arbalor or Balvenie or one of many others. At the price of Bunnahabhain 12, I think there are better whiskies around personally. I'm not a big fan. The 18 is just it's got a flavour that I really enjoy. What's my favourite rum? I don't really like rum. I don't really like rum. I know there are different types of rum, some that you can drink on its own and some that are more for cocktails, but I'm not a big fan of rum. I don't like it. I don't like kind of fruity, like Caribbean style cocktails, you know, I don't really like those. If you're sitting on a beach in Barbados or something, then drinking one of those cocktails somehow feels nice for a change, but I'm not really, I don't go a bundle on it. I don't like it. I like dry cocktails like gin and tonic or a Negroni or something like that. What about margarita? Really? I'm not really... You ever had a mojito? Yeah, I have. It's got mint in it, hasn't it, a mojito? I've had most of the... I remember having a lot of Hitman cocktails when I was in Barbados, but I had all of the regular cocktails while I was there. Not a huge fan. I think I was having more Hitman cocktails than anything else from memory, but I don't even remember what was in it. My favourite cocktail is a Negroni Grouchy, so that... Nice. Took a while, but we got there. Didn't say it last time. There's a Gorky parcel on me! Badly damaged. That sucks. Yeah, I definitely agree with that, David. For the price you'd pay for Boonahaven 12, Green Spot is much, much better. Kanate is leaving. I think that's the right decision. I don't think he's worth the money he wants. I think they should let Kanate go. I think he's not been good enough this season. I don't think he is good enough. I don't think he warrants a new contract. I think if they give him a contract that he wants, we won't be able to sell him. I think they should let Kanate go. I think it's the right call. He wants more money than he's worth. He's not as good as he thinks he is. He's been terrible all season. I think he should go. Let him go. Get someone else. Have you completed all the achievements in DayZ? Gamer, I play quite a bit of official, but I don't set out to do the achievements. So the handcuffing one I've definitely not done because I don't do it very much. But I should imagine I've completed most of the others, but I don't know, dude. I don't check. Do I have shotgun shells? I've got those. I suppose we ought to put that in there. It's a shitty scope, but there's still a chance we'll find a better scope while we're here. Oh, that's rough. Hi Glops, hope you're good. Thanks for coming in. Trying to wait out the rain. There ain't going to be any waiting out this dude. No, I'm just sorting out my Inventrix, fixing up the gun, making the scope go. Clearing up some space in my Inventrix for shit. Actually find some decent stuff here really, all in. I'm not going to bother fixing the BK. I'm sure I'll end up with a better shotgun. If we go to Severograd, I'll get a better shotgun there, I'd have thought. Pristine. Where the fuck did it go? Didn't pick it up. Did I watch the final episode of The Boys? Yeah, I did. RMF servers down. Yeah, they shut, I don't know, 5 or 6 days ago, I think. They weren't open crazy long, like 10 days or so, roughly. I thought The Boys was pretty good. I don't really want to talk about the plot because there'll be people that haven't seen it yet, but I thought it was alright. I don't think it was any worse than previous seasons. Why haven't I made a server yet? Are you calling me Rodney? I like that. Why haven't I made a server? Because having a server is an absolute ball ache, and I know what ball ache is like, and I don't want it anymore. I don't want to host a server. I play the game and enjoy that, and I like to share the streams and whatnot, try to get some videos out, but hosting a server is a labour of love, and it's a labour of love that I do not have. I've been watching it, Funky. I'm on the last episode of Legends. It's pretty good. It's not in my opinion as good as Depth Q, but it's good. It's really good. Been enjoying it. I've watched up to episode 5, so I'm on to the last episode now, which is good. But I do like it. I think Depth Q personally was better, but there's not much in it. That's a low-level troll by your standards, Sloth Dad. I think you'd make the best one if you did. Well, I used to be the mascot for the Spaggy servers, Violet, and it just became an utter pain in the ass. It's no fun. People just used to come into the stream moaning about how the server was running. You know, like the servers were called TheRunningManZ servers, right? So anytime the server crashed, people used to turn up and moan. Anytime the server was getting DDoS, people used to turn up and moan. It's just too much. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. I have in the past supported one or two other servers, like the Zero servers, financially, not massively generously, but well, 1 year I did, to be fair. But I tried to support some other servers where they need it funding-wise and whatnot, you know, or map creators here and there if I can, but I have no interest in hosting my own server. It's awful. It's awful. The amount of entitlement that goes on, you know. You could be on a day off and people are emailing because the server's down and they want to get back in. It's just not worth it. It turns you into a service provider and people treat you like you're Walmart, or that they treat you like you're their internet provider and they're paying you for a service, and then moan when things don't go right over and over again, and but no one pays, you know. It's ridiculous. You get treated like you've got some kind of customer complaints department for hosting a server. So I have the utmost admiration for the people that are hosting them, but I haven't got the fucking patience. The light on. You know, how long's that been on? I wouldn't get a feeling of power from that, Sloth Dad. I'd find it tedious. Back 9 looks like what I'm going to do. Is it true that YouTube takes 35% of donations? I heard it lately. I think the revenue share on YouTube is 70-30, isn't it? I forget what it is. But they're slightly more generous on YouTube than Twitch are with like people that are starting out. You have to be on the Partner Plus program to get 70-30 with them. I qualify for Partner Plus, so I get 70-30 on Twitch, but YouTube give everybody that. Do I think they should bring back the Dark Knight? It's on official first person, yes I do. Yeah, I enjoyed it, Funky. I'm looking forward to I've been watching Legends with Miss Portland. We watched episode 5 last night. I'm pretty sure we'll hopefully find the time to watch episode 6 tonight and get it done. It'd be good. One thing that it has made me want to do, the police officer that's in it, he's been in a few things, right? But he's in Uncle. which is a comedy show that I've not seen in a good while. So it's made me want to watch Uncle again. I've not seen that in a long time. It's kind of funny. Nick Helm's in it. But the dude that plays the cop in it, he's in Chernobyl and he's in Uncle and he's been in other things. But yeah, mate, I want to watch Uncle again. That would be good. So I think I'm going to talk Miss Portland into watching that at some point. Is this an official server, official or Vanilla Plus? I'm sorry to both of you guys, but I get a lot of stream sniping, so I don't tend to give out exactly what kind of server I'm on, sorry. I either play lightly modded or no modded, but that's it. That's about as much info as we give, because it helps me not get stream sniped so much. I see you've woken up today and chose violence, Slothdan. I'm sorry to ask, but I don't mean to be nosy, but who is Miss Portland and was there a breakup? I moved into my own house on March the 28th last year, Mini Cooler. So I moved out from my ex's more than a year ago, and been living in my own house since then. I met Miss Portland in October. She lives in America. And we're sort of in a long distance relationship. It's going pretty well. So far so good. I'm very happy. I wish we didn't live 5,000 miles apart, but we're still seeing each other a lot, and with Discord and modern tech, it's a little easier to spend time with someone, at least in some way, you know, like we tend to do Discord calls most nights. It's good. And I'm going out there to Portland again on July the 14th for 2 weeks. Dark nights are good. They need to be faster, 20 to 30 minutes max. That's how long they were on official Moody. They were about 25 minutes all in. Boardwalk Empire is good. Yeah, I only watched about the first season of that, and then I kind of fell out of it, but what I saw was good. Just cool to do. Now, just to qualify something, in case someone takes the wrong end of the stick, like the dude I blocked on Insta the other week, the person I left last year was not the mother of my kids. Just to qualify. For those that are relatively new, I didn't walk out on my kids. I didn't do that. Unfortunately, me and my ex-wife broke up 11 years ago, and that was at her request. I didn't leave my kids by my own choice. Just adding that now so that someone doesn't start hating me on Instagram. Fucking dead. Amber, thank you very much for the follow. How many hours do I have in DayZ? Over 20,000, Venom. I've stopped counting. I have a RunningManZ Steam, which I haven't used for years because I was getting issues with stream sniping. The one I'm on now, I've no idea how many hours. I could soon find out, but over the years I've ended up with 4 Steam accounts, and to get a total I have to go and check them all, and I just can't be bothered, but it's more than 20,000. However, I went full-time as a streamer in May of 2016, so I've been full-time for 10 years. So you're going to rack up the hours, you know. If you're doing, let's say, 40 hours a week for 10 years, you're going to rack up some hours. It's all good, Tempest. It's no drama. I find it interesting that Instagram is actually really quite a healthy place for me, socials-wise, at the moment. It's quite good. I don't post very much, but it's quite positive. Pretty much exclusively so far. But if you get anyone that says anything that's hateful, they're always one of those ones that've got a locked account, so you can't see anything they post. You know, they've always got a private account, and that's it. You know, like, and then their name's not their name. That's a lovely rainy street you're walking down. I don't know, Marcus. I think people like to decry places they've not even been to. I think there's too much drama about places, and a lot of the time the people making the drama have never actually been to the place. You know, like I don't get it. I think judge the place when you've been and spent some time there, or don't. An example of that would be the Super Bowl last year. It was in San Francisco, and some of the commentators were like, I've heard so much bad stuff about San Francisco and how terrible the city is now, but we're here and it's absolutely beautiful. It's way much nicer than we thought. Some of those people have been shitting on it, you know, they're not even been. I just think it's easy to fall into the trap of shitting on places, and the reality is most places are okay. I think it's a lot to do with whatever side you lean. I don't want to go into politics, but I think it's kind of not needed, you know. Places are places, and there's good people and bad people everywhere.
Hello, man.
Hello. Holy shit.
We're friendly, man. We just protecting us from the storm. You can come up if you want.
It's all good. No,
I can.
It's okay. No, I'm friendly too. I haven't even got a gun out, but I'll just go and loot the other tower, dude. It's all good. Mate, there you go.
You want? Oh shit! I fell down.
I think I might not loot the other tower. I think I might just run.
Dude, do you want some food maybe? We just cooked up a
Which way do I go? I don't think I want to risk it. It's nice that they're talking, it's kind of cool, but I'm not feeling the whole risking type scenario right now. Let's just run away. Run away, brave Sir Robin.
Shoot him, H is an evil doer.
There's definitely two of them. I don't think I want to shoot them. No vest. I don't really want to get too much embroiled in anything with no vest. I should have been using the heat packs while I wasn't starving. It would have made me last longer on the food that I ate. That tuna that I ate would have lasted longer. I just find it baffling nowadays that everyone likes to judge everywhere. At least in the UK, we judge places based on the fact that they're traditionally shitholes rather than politics. I think it's kind of stupid. I don't get it. Like, everyone calls Birmingham a shithole. The reality is, I've been to Birmingham a few times. It's a really good place for a night out, you know. It's not really a shithole. But every major city, every big city has got good bits and bad bits. There's bits you don't want to go to when it's late. Same in London, same in Manchester, same in Birmingham. But it's got really good curries there, some good people. And nights out are good. But yeah, Birmingham's been shit forever, you know, everybody knows it. But actually when you go there, it's actually not shit. Strom, no, I had a nice breakfast at what's the shopping centre called? I had a nice breakfast there. I haven't been to Birmingham for a while. I've been twice. I went to Crufts at the NEC and I went to EGX. It is crazy when people like to be like, oh, that place is so bad. And if you actually really got the truth out of the people saying, and most of the time they've barely travelled anywhere ever. Free food, why not? Worth a shot for a quiet tummy. I tend to find that offers of free food come with a side order of getting shot in the face. I think, to be fair, they spoke as soon as they heard me. They might be legit, but it doesn't seem worth the risk, is the honest truth. I'm going to quickly catch a fish down here, I think. How long have I been alive this life? About an hour, no, about as long as the stream, maybe just a bit less. About an hour and a half. Can you sharpen a hunting knife? Yep, with a sharpening stone. Ipswich sounds like a cool place, mainly because the name Ipswich sounds cool. Ipswich is a shithole. It's got a high street that's like the opposite of a shit sandwich. The middle bit's kind of okay, but the outside bits, the bread of the sandwich is shit. It's like Ipswich is kind of a crap hole. But there is some good bits, to be fair, still. But yeah, Ipswich town centre is dicey. The bit around Argos and the bit on the other side. Phew. It was the bull ring, Alistair. Yeah, that's the name of it. Thank you. It is cool you don't need worms with a lure. Well, you don't need worms with a hook either, but it just takes a lot longer to catch a fish. Young well, you're not helping by keep bringing it up. I think we're kind of done with the subject now. I think I was kind of fairly short on it, but people like to say it, you know. Mainly the reason it happens is because my girlfriend lives in Portland, and that's a traditional place that certain people that lean a certain way like to hate on for reasons that they have, you know. That's why. Every time I say Portland, someone tells me how shit it is. That's basically, it happens every day. It happens every day. That's why, Yumbo. If Miss Portland lived in Austin or something, it'd probably happen less, wouldn't it? I'm not got triggered, Christian. It's just kind of boring to hear the same thing every day from someone most of the time that's not even been there. They're just parroting something they've heard or something they've seen. Can I carry this somehow? Yeah, I don't fish on Chernarus very much, but the first thing I found on this life was the fishing rod with the lure, so it's just like an easy win, isn't it? You know, I've been carrying it all this time. There we go. That'll do. Don't need that shit. I don't need that either. No, I don't have. Fishing is not new. No, you've been able to fish for ages, dude. It's not a new thing at all. I don't do it very much because you rarely need to. Is it bad to watch DayZ YouTube's videos while I poo? I think it's kind of juvenile to ask the question, but I think it's fairly common to have a shit and use your phone, dude. Quite common. Some people can't poop without using their phone, you know, like it becomes a thing. When can you drink from lakes and not get sick? If you take vitamins, you almost certainly won't get sick. If you've maxed out your immune system, which to do that you need to be full blood, full health, and really high hydration and food, and then you're likely not to get sick too. Beyond that, if you fill up a cooking pot and use chlorine tablets or chelating tablets. Gully, well, thanks for coming in. Cheers for tuning into the videos. Yeah, the likes ratio is a bit low, Nunya, because I had to restart the stream. The viewership's a bit low as well, but it is Friday. I get kind of shit views on Fridays.
Someone purchased TRMZ FW91 hoodie for $56.24.
You seem angry, JWoww. If you don't like the stream, you can always not watch, but that's not true. I haven't had an inflammatory thing. I'm just kind of sick of saying I'm going to Portland in July and someone telling me how shit it is when they've never been there. It's kind of tedious. Am I excited for Badlands? I will when it's coming. We don't know when it is yet, dude, so not yet, but when it's coming, yes, I will be. Yeah, cheers for coming in, JWoww, but if you don't like the stream, fuck off. It's quite fine. You can do that. Thank you for buying the merch. I appreciate it. Knights, thank you for the bits as well. Sorry, run away. I did run away. Thank you. King George, thank you. Cheers, Nameless. Thank you. Alright, there we go. I think that's good. Do we stay and get the plus symbol? We probably might as well. Max out the plus symbol best we can. I need to go and get... I might go to Grashino police station, see if I can get a vest. I've not been to Manchester, Das. Well, I might have been when I was a real young kid, so I don't remember it. I went to Liverpool a couple of years back, and I thought Liverpool city centre was kind of nice. Cheers, Oaken. Take it easy, dude. I guess as Americans are all just blinded by the media and don't know anything about our own country, let's leave it to the Brits. That's not what I said, Christian. But I have been there at least, you know. Like, I think it's quite... I think anyone that's been somewhere is capable of deciding if they liked it or not without being told they should hate it, you know. Kind of straightforward, you know. Like, if your favourite colour is blue... and someone starts calling you an idiot because your favourite colour is blue, it should be green, you know? It's a subjective viewpoint, you know? Like, it's just utterly boring, isn't it? You know, live and let live. Exactly, Dupree. Green is the best. Yep, colour of money, baby. Do I have any pets? I do not right now. No, I'd like to get a dog in the long term, but not right now. I'm doing too much travelling, so it's no good. But my point was a lot of people judge the place, and I think this is true, coming back to you, Christian. A lot of people judge it, and they've never been there, you know. They judge it because of a lot of shit that gets spoken around social media and stuff that gets said, and people probably best off not jumping on the bandwagon and maybe visiting places before they, like... I think it's quite a good idea to travel, you know, and discover things for yourself rather than just taking everyone else's opinion as your own, you know. I think that's fair enough. And I think that happens a lot. I think it does. Do I have a breed in mind when I get a dog? I think I'd just get something easier. After having the Springer Spaniel, the Welsh Springer Spaniel for 3 years, Toby was an absolute... He was a lovely dog, but he was so much hard work. I'd get an easier... I'd either just get a rescue mongrel and not really care, or if I was going to get a breed, I'd probably get like a Labrador or a Retriever or something like that. Something easy. Have you ever been to San Francisco? No, but I wasn't saying San Francisco was amazing. I was relaying what people said that had been there and were surprised how nice it was when they were expecting it to be bad. Of the places I've been to in America, I'd probably say San Diego was my favourite. I liked it a lot. I think it was nice. I only saw the Gaslamp district and around the river. Sorry, not the river. Around the kind of where the Midway and whatnot is. But that was nice. Probably say my least favourite place that I've been to was Vegas. Very fake. Like, obviously it is. It's all casinos in the desert. I'd like to go to San Francisco, actually. It's a place I'd like to go. There's a lot of it that always appears in movies and whatnot. I remember playing a game years ago that you used to... it was like a sci-fi game that was all around there. And I'd like to see the Golden Gate Bridge. I'd like to go a little bit north of it and see all the giant redwoods as well. I think that would be good. Oh, I don't know what argument you're winning, JWoww, because I didn't actually say anything about San Francisco being amazing. Do you know what? Just ban JWoww. Let's just get rid of him. I can't be bothered. I want to move on. I'm not going to get drawn on it. JWoww, you can be right, but you can be right somewhere else. You don't like the stream, just fuck off, dude. I haven't got the energy to pour into you. It's not worth it. You're sapping it. You're sapping it, and I don't want to give you any more. So just go and love what you love. Find a stream that you like, rather than picking a stream you can have an argument in. Rhodesian Ridgebacks are kind of cool. They are cool. There's a really great skit from Ricky Gervais about that when the dog overlord was deciding what jobs were going to be done by dogs, and they give Rhodesian Ridgebacks hunting lions. That's a cool skit if you've not seen it. If you search for that, I'm sure you'll find it easy enough. But that's kind of cool. But yeah, they're cool dogs. They are massive, aren't they? They're big. They're soft as shit. Ridgebacks. Do I still get adrenaline rush during combat? Sometimes, Venom, but more so when it's out of the ordinary, you know? Like, if I'm just somewhere I'm not expecting it and then there's 3 dudes chasing me and stuff and I'm getting, like, pelted with shots, like, zigzagging through a forest trying to get away or whatever it might be. When it's situational like that, yes, I do. But I don't get really on edge normally. Yeah, I quite like a I quite like a black Labrador for whatever reason. I quite like a black Labrador, I think, but I wouldn't be too bothered. But at the moment, it just doesn't make sense. I'm travelling quite a lot. Obviously, I went to America Land in January. I'm going back in July. I'm going back in November. Also been to Geneva. Like, not sure about this year, to be honest. But the last couple of years, I've done a DayZ trip. Don't think there's one this year. But nonetheless, I've been sort of travelling abroad 4 or 5 times a year, and I don't really want a dog in that scenario. At some point later down the line, defo. Any thoughts on golden retrievers? Same thing. Golden retrievers, Labradors, they're really good dogs. Like, there's loads of great dogs. Most dogs are good if they're trained well. But some dogs are more difficult than others, you know. Some dogs, with regards to training, some dogs are really orientated by food, and retrievers and Labradors, like, literally will eat until their stomachs, like, till they're throwing up, right? That's great. If you've got a dog that really values food, they're a lot easier to train. If you happen to get a dog that values what's 200 metres away more than the chicken in your pocket, you're in trouble. It's much harder to train a dog that doesn't value the food that you've got to entice it over what's around the corner it can't see. And those require a lot more effort and a lot more time and a lot more... And you can still train them, but it's much nicer to... If you're going to get a dog and you want an easy life, get one that's traditionally more food orientated. It'll be easier to train. You still have to put time and effort in, but it tends to work a lot more easily. And a brand new puppy, if you get an awkward one, could be as hard as a fucking baby, you know. So I'd rather give myself the chance to not have that again. Well, Tusk, but even still, like if you get a dog that's an active breed, it's not just that, you know. It's not just energy levels, because a spaniel won't get tired. If you could take it out on 3-hour walks every day, it's not going to get tired. You have to do other things with it, you know. Like spaniels need a job. Like they need work. They're working dogs, right? They're meant to do things. So you can't tire a spaniel out taking it for a 90-minute walk in the morning and a 90-minute walk in the evening. It's a good start, but you need to get it searching for things. You need to get it hunting and smelling for things, and like 15 minutes of sniffing for something that you've hidden or whatever it might be, you know. But you need to do other things, and that takes a lot of time if you're going to do that every day. It's not just the walking. I do a lot of walking. But if they need other stimulation to make them calm, you know, sometimes 20 minutes of giving a spaniel a puzzle to do with a bit of training is worth more than a 2-hour run, you know, because they just don't get tired. They can run all day. I suppose I should take that, actually. Where was it? Greyhounds are extremely docile. Yeah, they're meant to be really good dogs to adopt. Like a lot of racing dogs, they're actually incredibly lazy most of the time, aren't they? Did I loot the police station? I don't remember if I looted the police station or not. I don't think I did. Spaniels are incredibly cute. If Toby wasn't such a cute dog, I think and he's not mine anymore. Obviously, I was with my ex, but if he wasn't a cute dog, I don't think we'd have kept him. He was so much work. Yeah, it's not so easy over here with that breed, Christian. There's all sorts of rules and whatnot, so it's not worth the hassle unless you've already got one. It's all good, Yumbo. I've moved on from it. The only person that didn't was the dude I just asked to be banned because I couldn't be bothered to keep going on about it. He was trying to win an argument. There wasn't one to win. I just can't be bothered. So it's all good.
Someone tag Cesar Milan.
Someone tag Caesar Milan. He's the guy, isn't he? Cheers, Leon. Thank you very, very much. Nomi, thank you for the 40 months. Cheers for the support. Someone, thank you for the merch. Cheers for the support too. Thank you. Zero shits to give. Yeah, I've got that Friday feeling a little bit. It's funny with how dogs can be, though. Like, I think partly because the Toby was a gun dog, but that thing just wouldn't work with him. He couldn't give a shit. It was like he was deaf. He wasn't deaf, but maybe because he's a gun dog, maybe. But like, a lot of dogs get really scared by fireworks. He couldn't give a fuck. There could be like the biggest firework display going off in the back garden. He wouldn't have given a shit. He never cared at all. He was like completely not bothered at all by loud noises and bangs and stuff like that. He just did not give a fuck. Right, so I need a better scope, which I'm not going to get near here. I need a better vest, which I might get potentially maybe at the tents. We maybe go there. A rabbit, though, he would probably bolt away. One of my funniest memories of the dog was that I was walking Toby with my ex, and we were going around some fields that we didn't know, like farmers' fields, and we were on a footpath, and we must have turned the wrong way. And we were going around behind this big island of trees, and this dude came out with a shotgun, and he was like, "Are you meant to be here?" We were like, "Well, we were just walking along the footpath." He was like, "Oh, this bit's private," and we were like, "Oh, sorry." And he had a shotgun on me. I was like, "Yeah, I'm in this set of trees here trying to shoot rabbits, so do you mind taking your dog and moving on?" And we did. We were turned around, and then Toby was off lead, and he promptly, as we got a tiny bit further away, he shot into there, and then he shot into the trees and came running out with like 4 or 5 rabbits in front of him, and they ran clean across the field. Like, this dude's in there trying to kill rabbits, and our dog chased 4 rabbits out of the trees and across like 300 meters of field, like completely the other way. That was fucking. It was bad for that poor dude. We're lucky that he wasn't. He could have fucking started shooting and maybe hurt the dog or whatever. But nonetheless, it was completely not intentional. But he saved 4 rabbits that day. That was kind of funny. We were like so embarrassed. We were like trying to call him, and he'd obviously seen the rabbits, and then like he didn't come back, and all of a sudden 4 rabbits came running out of the forest, and he came out chasing them. Fucking hilarious. I missed a bullet in the SSG. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Connor, all I've been saying about Miss Portland is that she's from Portland and her name's Laura, dude. Beyond that, I've not really. We've just been keeping it kind of quiet for now, dude. So I literally answer nothing else than that. Sorry, just for now, because it just avoids more attention going her way potentially. You know, for now. So kind of, it's not early days. We've met each other in October, but it's still early for her having to deal with a load of unneeded attention potentially. You know. There's a plate. Well, yeah, I think we might get a plate carrier zombie this way potentially. Yeah. The tents is the guaranteed place, it seems. So I think I might just go up towards the tents. Usually between the tents and the forest, there's a few. So I might just go there, and then after that, I'm not going to loot the rest of the airfield. I'm going to go somewhere I can find a hunting scope. Cheers for that file transfer, yeah. Can't wait for you to start streaming in my time zone. If I did move to America Land, I'd still stream in this time zone, Andrew. Because I stream out of my own time zone because of where I live. I start somewhere around 2 PM or 2:30 PM in the UK. I'd much rather do 9 to 5. I'd much rather start at 9 AM and have an evening. So if I lived in America, that's what I'd do. I've not yet sloth dead, no. So, I'm not going to move to America because I've got kids, but when they're a bit older, I'd like to, you know, or move somewhere, you know, it'd be cool. But anyway, no, that's a ways away yet. But yeah, if I moved west and was in a different time zone, that would be much better for me. Like Eastern American time zone would be perfect, like 5 hours behind. Like if I was trying to start at 2 PM, that's 9 AM in New York, for example. That would be fucking amazing. Yeah, I know it would cope, but that's if I move to Portland. I'm not planning to do that, you know. But there's lots of places in America with different time zones, aren't there? You went down a Ark Raiders rabbit hole for 6 months, did you? Blimey. Right, I am going to quickly go for a piss. But the server's still getting light. I suspect there might be space for me to join back in until it's properly daylight. So I think I'm going to quickly go for a wee now. And then we can join back with no gambling. Won't be a sec. Just going to add my protein shake. Stroud, it's just a hot fix. We're already on 129. It's a bug fixing patch that's coming out on Monday. Alan, yeah, she's lucky too, I'm sure. I'm not quite sure how, but yeah, thank you. Hi Arthur, I hope you're good, dude. Leon, sorry by the way. I read it as a message. Didn't realise it was an alert. Thank you for the super chat, dude. Right, let me get back in as a server. I can't remember what bugs it fixes, Fizzlefry. It definitely fixes the containers dropping stuff on the floor when you relog. I can't remember all of the fixes. It's in the patch notes, but I can't remember. We did play it briefly. There are still plenty of bugs even after this one. Oh, we're on the way in. They're up 6.9%, Sloth Dad, today. Don't worry, they'll go down 8.9% tomorrow.
$69, a good month indeed.
Mitchie, thank you very much for the 69. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Cheers for the support, man. Thank you. And Zane, thank you for the 55, in case I missed that one. And cheers for the Caesar Milan one as well, Leon. Thank you. Dude for a sec. Right, I need to go up more towards the tents, I think. I hate not having a vest. It's dicey as hell. Yeah, there's no wipe on Monday for this this little hotfix. I don't think there'll be another wipe in the game until they drop 130 for Badlands, and even then I'm not sure. I'm sure they probably will do a wipe because Badlands will be dropping, but I doubt there'll be a wipe before that. My wife has this bug where if I don't do something exactly when I say that I will, she gets pissed. I'm looking for a hotfix for that. Good luck. Good luck with that, just the tip. I think it's better to under-promise and over-deliver, so maybe don't overcommit on the timescale. You know, try to be a touch vague, and then she'll be pleasantly surprised, you know? Or if you say you're going to do something, say it's next week when you know you can do it tomorrow. Mike Teller, I've never tried. I think you can use Radio Zenit to broadcast, yeah, with a car battery. I think it's a car battery, isn't it? Or is it a bus battery? I forget, but I've never tried. Or just doing what you said you were going to do, often the simplest solution. Yeah, but sometimes things change without it being your fault, you know. Sometimes you say, I don't know, I'm going to fix whatever it is tomorrow. And then you go and look at whatever it is you're fixing and realise you need a part and you've got to order it. You know, you've got to order something to do it, or you've got to go somewhere and do something else first. What you thought was a simple task turns out there's 3 steps to that task. These shit happens, you know. Not always is it because you just couldn't be fucked. Yeah, it might work, Tempest. It depends on the person. With 4 kids, nothing happens as planned. Yeah, I can imagine, dude. Holy shit. I think the reality is, though, Portly, whatever it might be, you know, like nobody in their free time is beholden to do every task on time, right? If it's a chore around the house and you don't do it on the day you said you were going to do it, it doesn't make you evil, you know, like you might have done something else, you know, that you might have gone out with your family and your kids and done something else together, you know, like I think holding people to account for not doing what they said they were going to do in their free time when they likely have a full-time job and they're looking after kids with you as well. I think we can all be a bit better than that. Sometimes things don't happen. Sometimes priorities change, you know, like that's okay. But what you don't want is a relationship where one person feels like they've got a clipboard in their hand ticking off what you have and haven't done that day, you know. That's not great for either party, is it? It's important that it's balanced and you're doing your equal share, but that may well be the case, mightn't it? Does that mean I have to stop using my clipboard to mark? You can keep using it, Wasted. You can keep marking the stream with the clipboard, but I'll just keep ignoring the findings. But Portly, we don't know the full ins and outs of anything, you know, like, we just don't know, you know, like, I can, from my own experience, you know, like, there's nothing's ever as simple as that, you know, there's two sides to every story, isn't there? I think that's decent way of going, Slot Dad, yeah. Wyrook, thank you very much for the 42 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. I've gone way too far. Where am I going? I'm meant to be going to the tents. Got too excited about checklists. It's interesting that, like, aside from the dynamic of couples as such, but on this particular one example, but there is a big difference between different people and the way they... The reality is that you have to accept people for how they are, you know, you're not going to be able to change them. So you might have a day off and one task that's annoying that you've got to do. And some people are the kind of people that are like, I've got this annoying task to do. If I know I've got to do it today, I can't relax until I've done that task. So I'm going to do that annoying task right now, get it out of the way, and then I can chill out. And I'm kind of more of that kind of person, right? But some people are not that kind of person. You know, some people are, I'll do that, I really can't fucking face it, I'll do it later, but I will do it. And that's the reality of life. And if you're in a dynamic where one person's one and one person's the other, you have to accept each other for who they are and try and make it work. You know, you can't cajole the other person to doing it just because you have to do it straight away, you know. It's an interesting thing, that, you know, but everyone's different. Some people like to leave things to the last minute, and some people like to get them out of the way and then chill out, you know. ARS Hawk, Arse Hawk, thank you very much for the support, dude. Thank you.
Bit of time away, but I'm back, baby. Good to hear you are doing well in life.
Right, Paulie, I think really it was more of a joke, wasn't it? You know, like, dude's got 4 kids. I think it's probably more because life is life. And that you're getting little tiffs here and there, you know. I don't think we need to be all serious about it, is the point, you know. We don't know. There we go, look. Plate carriers on bomb. Can actually see that? It feels like it was lighter 10 minutes ago than it is now. Here you go. Oh, fuck. I got him before there. What is that? That's a tundra, I think. Holy shit, I'll have a look at that in a minute. Go prone, please. I know I'm bleeding, by the way, but I just want to sort out... I'm going to leave that. I'm not going to do a gas zone thing anyway. Fuck that. Oh, it's a Savannah. And an R12. That's a nice find. Right, they were red shells anyway, so that's good. Alright, what else have we got? No, I don't need that. I think, just coming back, Paulie, by the way, not to disagree with you, but in general, when people come into the stream and share something jokey or personal about their family life here, I tend to feel like it's better for me to listen unless it's something glaringly scary. It's better to be the bartender that listens rather than the dude that judges, because nobody needs that. Nobody, like, I'll say what I think. We had a bit of a disagreement earlier about some nonsense, you know, but if someone comes in and shares something, I tend to try to listen if it's about their family and their stuff. I don't try to judge people too much, because that's not what people come to a stream for, you know. Like, if someone's sharing their woes with a bartender, they're probably not sharing their woes so the bartender could go, "That's your fucking fault, mate." You know, like, you should fucking sort it out, you fucking man-child. You know, like that. I think I prefer to play that role. It seems to be a better way to be. Yeah, of course I do with you, Danish. Yeah, you're not doing that. Drink water. Well, the water in that other bottle was not necessarily safety, so I'm not going to drink that. Right, now I want to go and get a long-range scope. It's a shame, actually, that I'm pretty sure that Savannah will have had a long-range scope on it, but whoever killed that player obviously took the long-range scope. Right, nothing else. Let's go. I'm going to go off somewhere where I can find scopes. So we've got to go over towards... Well, maybe we could do the castle first, perhaps. Other side of Lopatino. Grizzly Mammoth, you were in hospital for 8 months with cancer, dude. Well, I hope everything's going well, and you're on the other side of it now. I hope everything's going as well as it possibly can for you, Grizzly. That sucks. Thanks for tuning into the videos, and hopefully everything's all okay now. Thoughts on Jordan Henderson in the World Cup squad? I don't think he's good enough to start anymore. I think I'm going to have faith in Thomas Tuchel before the tournament started and then judge him afterwards if it feels right. And the simple reason is this. If England are 1-0 up and they've got 10 minutes to go, maybe Jordan Henderson and his experience can be of value in that 10 minutes, you know. Someone with like 10 minutes to just come and steady the ship and be sensible and lead. Maybe that's useful to have. Maybe he's useful around the camp. Maybe his mental, how prepared he is and how much effort he puts into. Maybe he's a good person to have in the squad. But in a squad of 26 players, there's enough room to have 1 or 2 players picked, not because they're the very best player, but because they improve the dynamic of the squad. And if that's what it does for Tuchel, then I'm kind of all right with it. I think I personally would have took Harry Maguire over Dan Burn. I haven't seen a whole lot of Newcastle this year, but I just quite like Harry Maguire. You know, but I'm surprised he's left Cole Palmer out of the squad. I probably personally would have took Trent as well, but none of those things really matter. If he gets England playing and performing well and winning games in the World Cup, it doesn't matter at all. So I think, to be honest, if he prefers Morgan Rogers and Bellingham and Eze as that kind of attacking midfielder role, potentially over Cole Palmer, then fine, you know, like, but hopefully he can deliver. Dan Burn is good for corners. Yeah, he might score a goal or 2. He might. Yeah, Harry Maguire scored a few goals for England, I think. But yeah, I agree. Dan Burn does have an aerial threat. The problem is though, Dan Burn won't start. You know, so probably neither would Harry Maguire. I think almost certainly it's going to be Konza and Gahey that start at centre-back, isn't it? So Dan Burn's not going to start. Harry Maguire's probably not going to start. But Harry Maguire's got a lot of international experience. He's played at that level before. It might count, but nonetheless, I don't think Jordan Henderson's there on his performances this season necessarily. But if there's something that Tuchel gets from him that helps the dynamic of the team, then I think he's probably more qualified to judge than we are, you know. So hopefully he makes the right calls. I think there's an awful lot said in advance, and it's easy for us all to slate him as captain hindsight, but I hope he... so if people disagree, I think it's a good idea to call it out now, I guess, but I just want to get behind the team and hope they play well. And the reality is, whether they take Maguire or Burns, or whether they take Henderson or they don't, that's not the decisions that make England play well or not. What matters is whether they can get the best out of Harry Kane and get a few players playing to their best abilities. If England can get the best out of Declan Rice, Jude Bellingham and Harry Kane and Saka, they probably could have a really good World Cup. They might even have a small chance of winning it. You know, like if Harry Kane can win the Golden Boot because they've set the team up to play the same way Bayern Munich do, or as best they can, you know, maybe they can have a good tournament. But it might be possible that Musiala and the other players that are playing around Harry Kane at Bayern Munich are better than the players that play around him at
TRMZ running.
England. You know, like that's the thing. But nonetheless, if they can set it up well, it could work. Grizzly, yeah, dude. If you're in the hospital for 8 months, the treatments must be hard. 8 months in hospital would be awful. The longest I've ever been in hospital is 3 or 4 days. I was a kid though, which made I was 14 and there was no room on the kids ward, so I was on the adults ward at 14. So, but it was only 3 days, you know. But I was absolutely pulling my hair out, wanting to leave. If Bellingham gets injured, who will start? I think Rodgers will start. I think it's possible Rodgers might start ahead of Bellingham anyway, Bubba. I don't think Bellingham's a guaranteed starter. I think he should be, but I don't think he is guaranteed to start. Hunter, thank you very much for the gifted subs. I really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Is it true that the cheeseburger bird means a player is nearby? Nope. It doesn't mean anything, no. Cheers, Hunter. Thank you very much. GK Sudo, thank you very much too. Total Meltdown, thank you very much too. Thanks a lot, Hunter. Thanks for the gifted sub bond, dude. Thank you. So I think I'm going to go to the castle first. That's a decent place we might find a scope for the blaze, or possibly a tundra. Rodgers should start ahead of Saka and use Saka late in games. I don't think Saka plays on the right, Daiki, and I don't think Rodgers does, so I don't think that works. I think Saka's going to be a starter. Rodgers either plays at 10 or on the left, I think, more often than not. But I don't see Rodgers playing on the right for England. I don't think he has done yet, has he? But I think if Rodgers plays for England, I think he'll be playing at number 10. Sorry, as an attacking midfielder. Or as a left-sided winger, like left-sided attacker. I think that's where he's playing. I don't think he's. It would be Rodgers or Rashford, a left-sided attacker. I think. I don't see Rodgers playing on the right. I don't think he likes playing on the right. He likes to play on the left and cut in on his right foot, I believe. I haven't seen crazy loads of Villa, but nonetheless, that's what I was under the impression of. But I think he's taken Madueke as backup for Saka on the right. I think. I know Madueke's not pulled up trees for Arsenal, but he looked okay for England. He looked pretty solid, and I know Tuchel seems to like him, but I think Saka's going to start. I think Saka's actually quite underrated in England. Sure. I think Saka's been one of England's better players in a lot of games when it matters. Why not Gordon? Well, I've not seen loads of Gordon, but every time I've seen him play for England, I ain't seen him enough. I've not seen him have a really good game in an England shirt. I've seen Rodgers play okay. I've seen lots of the other players play. I've seen Bellingham be the best player on the pitch and whatnot, but I've not seen Gordon and thought, wow, he should start for England. Not once. I've not watched loads and loads of Newcastle, but by all accounts he blows hot and cold, you know, and maybe he would for England, but in an England shirt I've not seen Gordon do it. No, it doesn't, W2F. A mushroom can spawn in rotten. We actually ought to check the house that's over this way to the left, because it can spawn scopes and tundras and stuff as well. Who do I reckon will win the World Cup? I think of the European teams, Spain and France have got the best chances, but I'm going to say England.
Nearly as old as yourself, young man.
I'd like to see more of Gordon, but we need the wingers to have to be pacey and to be able to bomb on. Maybe he would be able to do it. So I think Saka on the right could be really useful with Kane, right? Because Kane drops back quite a lot, and we need real pace either side of him. So Saka seems a good idea, but I don't know. We'll see. Scunny, a few people have told me about it, but dude, it was such a long time ago now. Yeah. Willie, thank you very much for the support. Cheers for the 37 months. Nearly as old as me. Yeah, nearly. Cheers for the 37. And someone, thank you for buying the merch, dude. Thank you. Any fights today? I died much earlier on in the stroke. In fact, was it before I crashed? I can't remember. It wasn't. It was after I crashed. I died earlier on this stream in a fight, but I didn't have a vest. I only had one shotgun slug and then a pistol. And the dude I was shooting against was fully geared in Mister, which makes no sense. A fully geared dude in Mister with a plate carrier and big guns. But nonetheless, I died in a fight. I think I then... yeah, I got killed at Prig by a dude with a CR527, and then I spawned in on this life. No fights on this. It's naive. You always get, as an England fan, I always get naive hope just as the tournament's getting near. Watching England lately has been a chore, and I've not felt like they had any chance of winning the tournament. But when the tournament gets near, I'm a fan. I want them to win. I want England to win badly, and I start to talk myself into it. You know, like I start to talk myself into believing they can. And I think right now I'm in that state. Once they play the first game and they draw 0-0, look absolutely fucking hopeless, I'll probably feel differently. But right now I'm in that sort of Goldilocks zone of believing they can win the World Cup. I think I've got a chance, but it really is. It's kind of sad to say it, but I think it's true. England's chances succeed or fail on Harry Kane. If Harry Kane plays like he has all season, if he can deliver the numbers for England that he's delivered for Bayern all season, England have a chance. Not the best chance, but they have one. If he can score roughly a goal a game, then England are in with a shout. And that's a big if. I think Rodgers is going to be England's main man. I hope he is. Whoever's playing instead of like people like Foden, I hope they step up and prove Tuchel right. You know, I think Foden's not been quite the player he was lately. I'm surprised he's not in the squad, but they've got their own reasons and stuff. You know, I am surprised Cole Palmer's not in the team. On ability, Cole Palmer absolutely deserves to be in the squad. On his ability, he should be in it right now. There aren't many other international teams Cole Palmer wouldn't be picked in the squad, I think. But I think Tuchel doesn't fancy him for reasons not to do with football. I think they don't fancy his persona in the squad, maybe. I don't know. I think we just need to not play Kane if he isn't fit, like the mistake in the last tournament. I agree with that, Declan, but by all accounts, he is fit this time. Where are his steps? Like, he's not been struggling to get fit for the tournament. He's not been struggling. I think Kane is fit. He's just scored a hat-trick in the Bundesliga, in the German Cup final, you know? Like, he is fit. And that's good news because I think it really matters. He's one of England's proper world-class players, and we haven't got that many. People bandy around the world-class phrase a lot. But I think we've got players that could be potentially world-class, and we've got one or two that are. Harry Kane is world-class. I personally think Jude Bellingham is, and probably Declan Rice is. But beyond that, I don't think any of the others are. But I think somebody like Saka could be. I really like Saka in an England shirt. I think he's great. I think Saka's got a lot that really suits international football. His pace and like just the way he plays. In an English shirt, I think he's very good. And he's good for Arsenal, but I don't see him so much for Arsenal, you know. So, but I'm quite excited about Saka. I think he'll have a good tournament. Trent's not world class. He's a world class passer. And I think if it were me, I'd have him in the squad. I feel like there are games where Trent could start and actually be useful. Like games where you're going to come up against a team that have got less ability, and so they're going to play 5 at the back and defend and defend and defend and defend like hell. Like, somebody that can cross a ball like he can might create you the goal that gets you the game, because the other team aren't even trying to score, they're just trying to not let you score. There are games where I think Trent could start, maybe, but... Genuine question, as someone who's not massively into soccer football, it seems like everyone always roots against England and wants them to lose. Why does it seem like they are the ones of the most hated teams? I think it's partly the fans, the England fans. It's partly the hooliganism that's happened over the years in the past. I think also songs like It's Coming Home. The song itself I absolutely fucking love. But people take that they think that it's ownership of football, and it kind of is to some extent, but it's not. The song itself is kind of tongue-in-cheek, but people get annoyed about that, and I think because the game is kind of English origin, England kind of have this looking down your nose approach to other teams in a way, and I think made a rod for their own back. I think that's partly it. But I think they are one of the bigger teams, even though they've not won many. They've only ever won one trophy at international level. But people tend to root for the underdogs naturally anyway. You know, if I don't know, if the final was, I don't know, Brazil against Japan, I think most any neutral would root for Japan. Like that happens anyway. You know, that neutrals always go for the underdog. The Gorky bars are one way. How well do you think the US will do? I haven't seen the US play since the last tournament, dude, but I suspect they'll do badly. Maybe the home advantage could G them up and give them a bit more impetus. It does sometimes, and maybe they can get out of the group because of the home advantage, but I think they won't get out of the group. I'd like them to. I think it'd be good for the tournament if they do. Something that's incredibly sad about the Three Lions song is that when it came out for Euro 96, the line in it is 30 years of hurt, because the last time they won a trophy was in 1966, right? And it felt like forever, like, and now it's 2026. You know, it's 30 years after, it's now 60 years. You know, like, it's kind of crazy that. But yeah, 60 years of hurt.
Knit 1 pearl 1 drop 1 curl 1 kick it.
No. Dickie, thank you very much for the support. Blurg, thank you as well. I bet that's based off. I bet it's based off. No, it was alright, crowd. We didn't have the best of runs, but it was alright. It was pretty good. One thing that Redline was very good at yesterday is answering questions. Or like, if I asked him a question, he answered straight away. I probably was worse at it than he was, you know, but it was alright. I said something to him and he replied straight away, you know. It was novel. When I didn't reply to Redline, it was because I was already mid-sentence when he started talking, so I didn't even realise he'd started talking. Who gets out the... Well, Turtles, I have not been studying their form or anything. I've not watched loads of them play, but my gut says Paraguay and Turkey.
What did you get me?
Teams like Paraguay and Turkey, and Australia, but Paraguay and Turkey, they just stick out as teams that always play above themselves in tournaments. They normally do okay. I think Turkey have made it to a semi-final. It might have been 1994, but like Paraguay, places like that, like lesser known South American countries. You know, Paraguay will no doubt have had to come through a tough qualifying to get in the tournament. The South American teams normally have to play a lot of other good teams to qualify, you know, like any team from South America, not just the really known ones, but like Chile and Paraguay and places like that, they can be a lot better than people expect them to. Another blaze. Savannah. Is it bad that I'm thinking about taking the Savannah? I'm going to take it. I think it's a shocker because I don't even like it, but I can use the bottle suppressor on it. Why do I prefer the hunting instead of combat knife? Because it's half as light. I think the combat knife is half a kilo and the hunting knife is 0.25 of a kilo. And they both seem to be the top tier ones. So either one of those seem to pretty much in real world use work as well as each other. I also prefer the look of the hunting knife. I just like it more. Like when I'm using it, I like the look of it more somehow. I don't know why. Paraguay took France to golden goal in '98 semis, and then France went on and won it. Alec, let's say Alec, so I don't start setting off people's speakers. I'm afraid I don't go into specifics about what type of server I'm on. I play lightly modded or vanilla every day. Alexa, but if I answer that question, it massively narrows down what server I'm on. That's why I don't want to answer it. Like, that's my point. I get stream sniped a lot, and so let's just say I was on official, which I'm not saying I am, but it massively narrows down what server I can be on. So I don't answer that question at any time, so that were I to one day be on official, I'm not giving it away. There aren't many servers with lots of players in certain circumstances, you know, so it's much better for me to just play the game. Hide the chat. What are you talking about, Alec? How does hiding the chat help? Well, I like to talk to everyone in the chat. I just don't go into specifics of what server's on. The reason I don't want to give away what type of server I'm on is because people use the stream to come and kill me all the time. So that doesn't help me. I'm confused, but anyway, yeah. I like to answer everyone's questions, but just not give away information about what server I'm on. That's all. Straightforward. What moves lightly modded to heavily modded for you? I think that's subjective for everyone, but for me it's trader bases and infinite stamina. They're kind of the two main ones. Alexa, I don't have anything that gives the server away, but if I answered your question, that would do it, wouldn't it? That's why I'm not answering the question. Hi Kieran, hope you're good. I should be getting the car middle of next week, so not quite sorted yet.
What's your bank
He
card,
likes to
long
answer
number and
everyone's questions. All
security
right,
code, please?
what are the three magic numbers on the back of your card? 1, 2, 3. Captain, what's your card long number and security code? I see you went down the same route. Congratulations. I'm not really sure what... I obviously I've been streaming a good while, Alexa, but I try to keep the server I'm on fairly quiet, and I try not to answer what type of server exactly with that in mind. That's all, you know. Like, there's no drama though. I really like vanilla DayZ, and I really like lightly modded DayZ, and for the most part they play very, very similarly. So there's not much difference in what you're going to see. Right, there we go. That's good. We've got. Ah, oh, fuck. We're nearly there. Why don't I like the Savannah? I don't like to fuck around with mags. It's much easier to just have a Tundra you can reload with bullets. But mainly it's the recoil, which does matter if you're trying to shoot at a distant target. With the Savannah, you can see where your bullets... Sorry, with the Tundra or the Blades, you can see where your bullets go. With the Savannah, the recoil means you rarely can. Cheers, Captain Bunshine. Survivor Dans, thank you as well. What's my favourite gun? The Blaze is my favourite gun, but I just dropped it for a Savannah, which I don't even like, you know, so... I play the game a lot, so I don't always take my favourite gun, because you can get a Blaze pretty much every life, you know, so I like to vary it. Especially if I'm using a bottle suppressor. The Tundra is an absolute beast with a couple of bottle suppressors. I know you met the DayZ developers. Do you think they will consider a Middle East server like in Dubai? I have no idea, Clutch. I have no idea. I guess you mean more like an official server, presumably, but I have no clue. I guess they try to put the servers where they think there's demand, so probably depends on how much demand they think there is, I would guess, but I have no clue. Cheers, Grizzly. Thank you. have a very important question. It looks like a very important question, my Reach. When you're eating, do you like to drink a lot of water during, or do you like to wait until after you're finished to have a drink? I'm the latter. It depends what I'm eating. Some things are a bit drier than others. I eat pretty fast, so I don't drink a great deal often, but it really depends. If some things are a bit drier and maybe need a bit of water will help, you know, but by and large I don't drink a lot. But if I was having like soup, I definitely ain't having any water with it. Unless it's blazingly hot, I need to cool my mouth down, I guess. But otherwise, no. Out of the 3 official maps, how would you rank best to worst? I would go right now, Chernarus number 1, and it's the best map in the game. I'd go Sakal number 2, but with a caveat, and Livonia number 3. But I think 2 and 3 are both not good. I think Sakal has got really good atmosphere and some things that are really cool about it. Livonia probably has more gameplay in it and probably has more variation, but it's been out longer and I played it more, so Sakal feels fresher. Do you think the playstyle of DayZ has changed over the years, or has it stayed the same since you started? I remember Frankie on PC would be a more friendly player. I think Frankie on PC was not that friendly. He portrayed a very friendly playstyle because he didn't shoot new spawns and made a point of putting it in the videos. But if you go back and watch Frankie on PC's series, I think in the second video of his armor series, there's 2 dudes around a barn just around Dubkey, and one of them's got an AKM, and like he's in the forest and he's fully geared and he's completely out of their way. And I think the story goes something like, well, we can't let them go running around here with an AKM, you know, we'll have to. So he kills them, you know. There's nothing wrong with that, by the way, but it wasn't friendly. Those guys didn't know he was there. He didn't have to kill them, and he did. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's completely fine. But that's not the action of a friendly player. It's the action of a balanced player that plays the game for fun, and that's what Frankie on PC was. He made a big deal about not shooting Bambis as part of his thing for the game, you know. It was like part of his kind of code, right? But he was no more friendly or otherwise than an average DayZ player for the most part, you know. And if you actually watch the videos back, anybody with a gun, he always shoots, you know. Like, somebody could be looking the other way with a kind of fairly average gun, he'll shoot them, you know. He'll shoot people from 700 or 800 meters away. Nothing wrong with any of that, you know. But the way he told the stories of his videos was him as a survivor, and that kind of worked, you know. The game has changed a little bit, for sure. It probably got more KOS orientated when some of the smaller maps came out, so it has got more shooty. I'm probably more shooty than I used to be, for sure. I think streaming might have an element of that to it, though, but the game has changed, you know. Like, when Essica came out and when the mouse came out, KOS probably increased some compared to how it used to be. Where'd you put the mouse and Deer Isle on that list? Slob, I know it's rather sad, but I don't rank the modded maps. The modded maps are all community made, so it just feels a little bit harsh to have like a least favourite and a favourite and whatnot. I know that might sound really like drab, but they're all made by volunteers for fun and for the betterment of the community, so I just don't rank them. Think Frankie made any real videos or just all an act? I enjoyed all of Frankie's videos. I'm not sure how many were more set up and how many weren't. As a viewer watching, I'd say in the earlier days it was much more him playing and recording and turning what happened into videos more so. And as time went on, they were much more about the set piece thing that was set up to be the set piece thing, you know, like as time went on, you know. Towards the end, they were private servers locked with people in that knew he was recording and knew what the end game was, and then he'd go and try and achieve it. Sometimes he'd die and then they'd rerun it, you know, they'd respawn in and try again, so they'd have multiple tries and whatnot. But they were made in that way, and he made amazing videos, so I don't have an issue with that at all, so that's not any judgment. But my gut feeling is they were more legitimate playing through in the really early days, and then as he got bigger and that becomes much, much harder to do, that became less of a thing. There's a zombie already at the back there. Fucking hate this scope so much. Do you think the devs will ever fix Livonia? I don't. Oh, I just said that in game. That's great. I don't think they'll do anything with Livonia, no. I think that ship has sailed. I'd love to be wrong, but I don't think they'll do anything more with Livonia, no. There's a lot of mushrooms here. That's too many mushrooms just for me. So mushrooms spawn dynamically based on players being around, so it might be that somebody was overwatching here for 10 minutes before I got here and now they've gone. And the mushrooms are still here, but there's no way me sitting there for that short amount of time caused all of those to spawn in. Loads. That's so strange. There may be somebody that was there and have now gone, or they might be somewhere in one of these other trees. That's why I'm not looking at the base so much. I'm looking at all these trees. There could be someone parked in, crouched in one of these trees. Anywhere, you know, anywhere around here. Fucking hell, marksman scope on this. Oh, this is a lot of stuff. It almost feels like it's been loop cycled or something, but I don't know. Took 3 shots to kill it. Spawns me in 3 shots. I already took one. I'm not taking another one. Oh my god, this is Poor Lake City. I play both, Dawn Cage. I play both. Where are you at on the map right now? This is Tricresta Military Base, west, north of the map. I've been getting cold quite a bit. That might help with that. I am kind of on edge. Somebody's definitely been around here for an extended period. Fuck it, I need a different scope. That is so bad. I did drop a cleaning kit and now the pistol needs cleaning, but I'm not going back just for a quarter of the cleaning kit. I think it's not worth it. Oh, I've just read you say it, Uncle. I guess I've hopefully just covered it, but I just don't think it's worth the risk. Gucci, I'm really, although I'm here at this milli base right now, I'm really on the market for a better scope. That's what I'm up here for, so I'm going to go and look for one of those in a sec. Yellow hungry. I don't think I've got any fish anymore, no. I'm still scanning more than I normally would. I might go and get a couple of those mushrooms that are edible just on the way out. No doubt this is where we die. Yeah, I could have a look around there for an electrical repair kit as well. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. How often does loot spawn? Is it only on server restart? Also, there are different cycles on different servers or what? Different servers can have boosted or not boosted loot, like on the community side of things, yeah. Loot doesn't really spawn on server restarts, no. Ruined loot and other things, dead bodies and whatnot, get cleaned up on server restart. But loot respawns constantly all the time. Like the server is checking itself every 6 seconds, pretty much, against parameters for how much should be in the map of any given item, and then it puts new items in all the time. But it tends to put them in places where there aren't players, so that you end up with pockets of loot. Where the fuck are the mushrooms then? Mushrooms despawned. I don't get it. There was a load of mushrooms. There was 2 more over there. There was several over that way. Feels like they've despawned. I come down there and there was mushrooms all around here. That's weird, isn't it? Oh well. So they were probably from a previous player that had caused them to spawn in much longer ago. Thanks again, Bumshine. Cheers for the resub, dude. Someone took them. I doubt somebody would have took even the rotten ones, dude. I doubt it. There was some rotten and some not rotten. I seriously doubt someone's picking them all up. And if they were, I think we probably would have seen them as well. Or been shot at by them, one or the other. It is possible, but I think despawning is more likely. Kind of annoying though, because I could have done with the mushrooms. When was the last time we've seen or heard a bear? Been a while on Chernarus, I think. You don't really hear bears at all now. You have to get near enough so they aggro, pretty much. I don't know, maybe once in the last couple of weeks when I've been on Chernarus. But it's rare that you hear an animal at all. You don't hear deer and stuff. We did actually hear deer earlier today once, but you hardly ever hear them because of the bug with the AI at the moment, with the aminals. When am I coming back to India? It's going to be a long time, Nicholas, I would guess. India was a great place, and I'm very glad I went. It was my ex that was really, really eager to go to India. It had been something she'd always wanted to do, and I'm very glad I went. But I think for me it would be a box ticked, and if I was going to go back I'd probably go somewhere in the south, more coastally, like Goa or somewhere like that. But it's not high on my list now. Having done it, I think I'd go other places ahead. It was a great place to go. It was all kind of mixed bag of beauty and kind of ugliness as well, to some extent in some places, but beautiful places, really lovely people and all sorts. It was a great place to go, but I don't feel a desire to go back straight away. Did you eat the street food? We were doing a guided tour, so to be honest, we didn't do much street food stuff. We ate in like local restaurants. The guy that did the tour was Indian. He'd arranged it, but obviously they arrange it with certain places. But we went to restaurants that were more locally and less touristy as such, occasionally. But yeah, we didn't do a great deal of street food. There's risks with any food that you get there to do with the water, right? Nothing to do with the food necessarily, but the water has a high chance of making you sick. You can't really drink the tap water there, and if you have like anything that's been prepared in the water, then you're potentially going to get sick. So it's not necessarily a great idea unless you have really, really strong constitution. So I think it's not so much even in the hotels. It like having salad, like they clean the salad with water, but the water makes you sick. So you've got to be careful. Nicholas, I'm sure there's like in rural India, there's some really beautiful places. It's just it's quite a long way, and at the moment, if I'm flying, I'm mostly going to America land because that's where my girlfriend is, you know. Is India as filthy as the internet says it is? Yes and no, because you're always going to get a one-sided view of things, but the cities are well overpopulated and they do not have the facilities that we would have around sewage systems, running water, refuse collections. So there are many problems with the big cities, especially around plastic just being around and animals rooting through it and stuff in the urban areas. But like, it's easy for us to say that. I think in my local area in Suffolk, the plastic that gets collected gets burnt. It doesn't even get recycled at the moment. You know, they have recycling bags, but I don't think they get recycled. I think it's still being burnt. You know, so we're not brilliant. But we have a lot more. Like, we have running water and we have refuse collections and stuff. Like, there are places in India. Most places do not have that. Dunk, Pacific Northwest, Oregon. I really liked India, though. I really liked it. It was a really great place to go, but I wouldn't want to go to Delhi again in a million years. I'd go to Jaipur and Agra again. I'd love to see the Taj Mahal again one day. That would be great. But I wouldn't go to Delhi again unless I absolutely had to. Hey, he's speedy. Sorry, Dunk, I'm just going to nod and then we'll move on. I don't think we can do that conversation again today. Should go to Pankot Palace. Yeah, that would be nice. I like chilled monkey brains quite a lot, Solid. I don't believe you fly to the States often. I live here and I've never seen you. Yeah, that you're probably right. The secret's out. I went to Pankot Palace one time. A guy tried to rip my heart out.
$5.
Dear.
Hey Paul, any chance of doing a meet and greet next time you are in Portland? I know it's not really your thing, but being able to buy you a beer for all the entertainment over the years would rock. Love you, bye.
I'll get back to that in a second, but thank you very much for the support. Well, I will get back to it in 1 second, but more importantly, we're going to need to get onto this. I went to Pankot Palace once. Guy tried to rip my heart out. Old man Dave, yeah. Was he by any chance saying Om Nom Shivai over and over again? Oh no, you'd have been saying that. I think he'd have been saying Mularam Shatide or something. I think something like that. I think the guy getting the heart ripped out is going Om Nom Shivai, Om Nom Shivai. It doesn't help him though. Kalima Shatide. Yeah, that's it. Well done. None LB, thank you very much for the support. I appreciate it. Cheers for the super chat. Honestly, I think it's unlikely I'm going to do a meet and greet in Portland because I'm flying there to spend time with Miss Portland. If I do a meet and greet when I go to America, it's much more likely to be in San Diego, which is, and I appreciate as annoying if you happen to live near Portland, but when I'm going to Portland, I'm obviously going to see her. You know, there is a chance that I might meet up with Mezza and possibly one or two of the mods maybe while I'm there, because Mezza lives in the area too, and I've met him before. You know, but doing an actual meet and greet is probably less likely. I really ought to try and do something in San Diego this time. If I do one in San Diego, or if I say hello to people, it will be on the first day of TwitchCon on the Friday. Because that's the only day I'm actually going to go to TwitchCon. I'm not going to go to the actual event other than the first day. But Miss Portland knows Mezza as well, you see. So like that would be a cool thing. But I'm not definitely saying no, non-LB, because it would be kind of fun, to be honest. But I'm going there for I'm going there for a specific reason, and like there's only 14 nights, and time is kind of precious when you only see someone 3 or 4 weeks of a year potentially, you know. Well, that's not quite true. That'll be the 4th and 5th week this year so far. I really enjoyed TwitchCon. I did. I didn't enjoy TwitchCon because of the event though, Slothbad. I enjoyed it because of meeting all the DayZ peeps, and it was great. We did do a big DayZ meetup. Pretty much the whole thing was a DayZ meetup for those that are into DayZ. But oh, I'm going in there. I really enjoyed it, but the actual event itself is not really that big of a deal for me. I fixed the suppressor just now, dude. Thank you very much, NanoB. That noise is the noise I make when I read one of Danish's messages and can't be bothered to reply. TwitchCon is in November this year, yeah. Well, that's kind of it, Solid Foe, yeah. I have been a little bit better at trying to meet people where I can, you know, like I'm not perfect. Like Joystick Joa, who I met in San Diego, was in London a few weeks back, and I would really have liked to go, but there was a lot going on. My grandma was ill, and now she's obviously passed. You know, I was ill myself, and I was really not brilliantly healthy, and so in the end I ended up not going. But I really wanted to go. You know, I am trying to. Like, going to TwitchCon last year, for example, is something I normally wouldn't have done, you know. Most of the time when it involves real IRL and stuff like that, I normally have sort of shied away from it. I've become less that way lately. Just as well, because if I hadn't done, I wouldn't have met Miss Portland, would I? Which is kind of cool. Sure there's nothing else that needs fixing. There isn't. Trev, well, I probably just kind of covered it, but we met in San Diego last October. Sib, I'm sure it's lovely. It's just like places like Pakistan. I wouldn't. My old manager at Comet was from Pakistan, and he spoke very highly of it. It's just somewhere that wouldn't be in my kind of. I'm too much of a safety conscious traveller, and I don't mean safety. I mean more. I want to go somewhere like a beach holiday or somewhere I can feel more at ease. I'm not really adventurous enough for Pakistan. I wasn't adventurous enough for India, you know, but we did a tour. I'm just not that kind of traveller. I'm not one of those like really adventurous, like some people have got that and some people haven't. I haven't got it. I really like visiting places and I like travelling places, but I don't like to stress myself out with it, you know. I like to sort of stick to things that feel like easier. And maybe I'm costing myself opportunities, but like there are places I'll go and there are places that I'd probably be less keen to go. Like I'm definitely going to go to Japan at some point, for example, but there's so many countries and there's only one of me, you know. And I think there is always a little bit of a gamble as a Brit going to like countries right now, especially in the current climate. You know, like it wouldn't be necessarily a great time to be travelling by plane. I don't think we've got enough sewing kits. Yeah, Japan's really high on my list. I need to try and get to that at some point, for sure. A Croatia beach holiday would be lovely, Michelle, yeah. I quite like that. Yeah, that'd be good. Maz, thank you very much for the Prime. Really appreciate it, dude. Thank you very much for the support. Thank you very much, Maz. Take the kids to Japan. I'd like to do something like that when they're sort of ready. Maggie has never flown yet, so I'm not going to make her first flight be Japan. So Sophie's flown, and she's actually been up in a glider, and Sophie's a real she's an adrenaline junkie, whereas Maggie's much more like me and a little bit more careful. And so the first holiday I take them on where we go on a plane is very, very unlikely to be Japan. I think it'd be more likely to be some kind of 2 or 3 hour hop to somewhere for a bit of a beach type break with a nice sea, Mediterranean type place or whatever. Did I eat the Zagorki bar? I don't even know if I got the Zagorki bar. I never checked all those garages. I checked some of them, but I didn't check all of them for an electrical repair kit, but never mind. Am I an anime fan? I've never really been massively into it, no. I watched a couple years ago, like Akira and whatnot, but never been my thing. Like, the art style never really does it for me. I've always been much more of a fan of proper movies, you know, with actors and real peeps. How old am I? 38. Yeah, I know what you were getting at, Michelle. I just rose above it. How are we not finding a fucking hunting scope? I'm staggered. Pistol scope. Hi, Happy Boy. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, I still look forward to playing DayZ, rather sadly, but yeah, I do still enjoy it. When am I going to play with Muller again? I don't know, it's been a while. We'll probably have to do that. I've really not been arranging collabs very much lately because I've been crashing and I've not really fixed it yet. So the stream earlier today crashed, and so I've not been going all out for setting up team-ups because it just adds another layer of, sorry, I'm letting you down. I crashed twice. I'm only getting rare crashes, like once every 2 weeks or something, so we're probably alright for a couple of weeks now. But I'm not trying to fault find it right now. I'm pretty sure I know what it is. There's a number of things to fix it, and I've got too much going on right now to try and fix it. Sure that second shot hit. Nice. This is relatively close to Tissy, yeah. Am I doing a keycard quest? I'm not doing any quest right now other than trying to find a scope. When was the last time you actually starved to death on DayZ? It can happen, but it's usually more of a combination of things that cause it. It's rare otherwise. Like, I don't know when the last time it happened, but it does happen. Like, usually when it happens to people that are experienced in the game, it's because they've overstretched for a reason. Like, they've gambled to try and get back to a body and then struggled, or got all the way back close to where their body was and then stood on a mine and broke their legs and then gone down to red health and starving to death or something, you know. Like, things can happen that lead you to it. I'm absolutely staggered to have not found a hunting scope. I'm going to go off looking for a fucking electrical repair kit instead, I think. I almost died. Yeah, I did almost die on Deer Isle. That was because Holly and I rushed the temple. and then I managed to get the hammer, and I got hit to yellow health by zombies, and then limped out and ended up fishing at flashing red. Yeah. But usually it's when you've overstretched yourself and you're doing it knowing you're overstretched. Oh. This is too many zombies. Oh, fuck me. I'm worried that the number of zombies means somebody else is here. Do I also play hardcore survival DayZ like Intense? I don't really enjoy it, Lith. I think it's great for the right kind of player. I'm just not the right kind of player. It's really good. It's very hard. I just don't like the medical system. That medical mod doesn't really suit me. I don't like the Christmas tree because you got hit once by a Z and then you go to the medical and there's 18 different medicines, but none of them are the one you need. When I say there's too many zombies, I feel like there might be another player nearby, because that looks like too many zombies for just me.
I heard you might know somewhere to get a really good deal on a new PC. And because old habits die hard, when I joined the stream I'm sure I saw in chat about holidays in Croatia.
You did. That was Michelle. I think Michelle wants to go, if you're interested. Ananab, thank you very much for the support. Lockspur, thank you for the 5 months. Maz, thank you for the Prime. Cheers for the support, all of you guys. Thank you. Nice. Right, well we didn't get a scope, but we did get some food. I'm going to go over there. I'll have a look. Check some like outhouses and whatnot, see if we can find something to repair the scope that I've got. Yeah, it was pretty sweet, wasn't it, Ananab? I thought so. Thank you very much for the super chat, dude. Hi Mongrel, hope you're good, dude. Is aiming in day hard, or is it just you? Both. Trust me, I find it plenty hard enough often. I have good days and bad days, to say the least. Yeah, the blue tin sheds are a decent place to go. Like any industrial area is good. We could go over there, but I don't know. I think I'm going to go for. I think I'm going to go for this way.
Happy 3
rather
quarters
than
of a
over
year.
there. Sinistock and me have not been best good friends lately. I keep just getting shot there, so we're going to go a different place. What could be better on a Friday evening than watching TRMZ? I need to put my dinner on, actually. Never mind anything else. I wondered why I was getting hungry. It's fucking 7:10. I've got... it's a little bit annoying. It's just the way the use-by days have gone. But I've got my last fried meal tonight, which is fine. It'll be nice. But yesterday, my fried meal was Thai red curry chicken. Today, it's Thai red curry prawns. And I knew they were both on this week's order. I just fancied trying the prawns, but I eat them in the use-by date order because they don't all last as long as each other, and just the dates on those two were the longest, so I've had to save them till the end. kind of annoying. But anyway. Oh, let's go to that, shall we? Did hear that land ages ago, but I didn't really make anything of it. There is a new video coming in tomorrow, yeah. It'll be it's called something along the lines of teaming up with a random survivor on a base raid. Slightly differently worded than that, more clickbaity, but I teamed up with a random survivor while raiding a base on DayZ Official or something like that. Right, there's a hunting stand right at the end of the trees here somewhere, maybe more to the right. Yeah, there it is. We might do okay at that for a scope as well if we're lucky, you never know. Ruin the tyres. Nah, it's not worth it, it's just cruel. I'm not the sort of kid that used to pull legs off spiders when I was a kid, Garrett, you know, like... I'll leave that to you. Zombie just moving there. For a split second it got me interested. Oh come on Garrett, it's not fucking serious. Any kills today? Sorry, I did see somebody just asking the same question on Twitch and I never got to their question, but it's been a slow day today. It's not been it's been weird, the server's full, but it's been a slow day thus far. Sorry, I had an authentic Thai red curry and crabby, and the lady asked me if I wanted it spicy or not spicy. I think it wouldn't be too bad. Halfway, I asked for spicy. Halfway through, the owners were all laughing at me and bringing me over watermelon to help soothe the burn. Oh dear. It's a bit like Nate and his Mexican that he had in San Diego last year. Yeah, the Diablo wings, that was it, coach, yeah. The dude was, he brought him over some kind of pineapple drink and just said, drink that. What server am I on? I'm on the it's a secret server. Walk in the PvE park. Well, it's a PvP server. I've been killed on it twice. I've just not seen any dudes. He did get rather hot and bothered, didn't he? It was... No, it's never fun when it's like that. Sometimes it can be like... I quite like spicy stuff, but I don't like it to be like Inferno heat level, you know? And sometimes you can... Like, even from the same curry house in the UK, like, you can get a Naga chicken curry, which is a hotter one. It can be really hot. But from the same curry house, I've had Naga chicken, and it's been absolutely amazing. Really, really warm and spicy, but not blindingly so. And then you have the same curry another week, and it is so hot. You're like, eyes are watering. I don't like it when it's like that. It's just too much. But it can vary. K-Pibs, I understand. I just get asked the question a lot, but streamers don't want to say what server they're on, dude, for obvious reasons, you know. I answer this, I'm trying to be polite right now, but I answer this question probably 10 times a day, you know, but I unfortunately I get people coming and killing me in the game, and so I try to just play it, you know. There's a big difference in spice level with where you go as well for like a curry. If you have a curry in Suffolk, you can probably get something hotter, but if you have that same curry in Gateshead or Newcastle or something, if you're up north, it's much more likely to be way more hot. Or Birmingham, for example, it's just spicier. There seems to be a regional difference, you know, like if you're up north and you get a spicy curry, expect it to be spicier than it would be down south. That's definitely been looted. We're tougher up north. Yeah, it must be. What do I expect from Liverpool this next season? I expect Liverpool to challenge for the Championship next season. I expect them to challenge to win the Premier League, Funky. I expect them to get more points by far than they've got this season. That's if Slot's in charge or otherwise, but they need to... They're going through a transformation, clearly. There's other players going and other players are going to come in, but they need to do better than this season by about 15 to 20 points at least. What are my thoughts on the Badlands map? I don't have any thoughts yet, dude, until I've really played it. It's really... I don't really like to prejudge a map. If I was going to prejudge Badlands, honestly, I'd probably be quite negative about it because I'm not the biggest fan of Takistan, but there's no point doing that because I suspect they'll do a good job with it. So until I've played it, I don't know. First things first, we ought to just sidle around and see if the convoy's there. Ah, Jamie, after half decent season and you can't stop fucking trapping. Where have you been the last 5 years? I would like a Chinese. I'd like a Chinese. That would be lovely. But I'm really trying to get back onto calorie deficit. I've been talking quite a lot about it. I'm not particularly worried that I'm about the same weight as I was 2 or 3 weeks ago. But I'd like to get back into deficit again now. It's time. It's time to make moves. We've got to make some moves for 3 or 4 weeks. I think I've done pretty well with the weights and the push-ups. But yeah, so no Chinese for me. If I have a Chinese or something like that, I'll wait until the kids are here so I can have it then. Rather than, like, tomorrow I'm going to be in the house on my own. I'm not having it then. Liverpool won't get anywhere now without Salah. I don't think that's true, Roach. Obviously Salah's been a pivotal part of the squad, but things change, teams evolve. Who knows who's going to come in? Who knows who's going to step up? Nobody knows. I think, like Isak, for example, he had an absolute shocker season this season, obviously, but he's a quality player. A lot of Salah's goals that we're missing this season even could be replaced by Isak next season. Not the same kind of player, but if Isak's fit and actually plays like he can make a difference. He can score 20 goals in the Premier League easily, you know. He's done it before. Like, Ekatike's decent. Like, they need a couple of wingers. I think there's some needs there, but there's the nucleus of a decent team. We'll have to wait and see. What the heck is it all about Mourinho at Real? Will be manager. I think it's interesting. I think they've picked Mourinho because they've got big name players. They've got an issue with people like trying to get people like Mbappe integrated. Like they've got Galacticos again, haven't they? So they've gone for a Galactico manager, I guess. I feel like that's the thing, you know. Like maybe it might be it might work. I really hope Mourinho does well. Mourinho at somewhere like Real Madrid is likely to do amazingly well for 18 months and then it'll all fall down. But he'll do well in the meantime. He'll probably get to the Champions League final. You'll probably win the Spanish league again. I think it'd be really interesting. But I feel like they've picked him because he's going to be capable of dealing with people like Mbappe, and Mbappe will have to listen. Did I kill that one? I don't know if I killed that one. I did. That's good then, thank you. Just having a little snoop around for an electrical repair kit. I might go down to that barn over this way actually. There's a couple of industrial spawns over there that might be worth a look. I did kill that one. I don't know, holy shit. I hope Mourinho does well. Actually, I think Mourinho's a little bit like a wounded tiger or something now, isn't he? He's had some knocks like Man U, Tottenham, and things have gone worse for him. But I think a lot of people like to say his time has gone, and that might be the case. But I feel like playing the Pep way is coming towards the end. You know, like times are changing again. You know, like who knows. Space for a battery. Do you have a list of goals for this game? How do you keep finding things to do and stay entertained? Bobby, it's really not. The best analogy for it is it's called a sandbox game, and that analogy really works, right? So if you're a kid playing in a sandpit with a load of little tools like a bucket and spade and a little device that you can shoot water through and it spins a wheel, and then you've got some flags and a few little shapes you can make starfish out of and stuff, right? Some kids could sit in that sandpit and find things to do for the whole day. And some kids would be bored out of their brains within 10 minutes, you know, like, and DayZ's a bit like that, really. There's no list of things to do. It's on you to think up things to do or to find things that you find fun, whatever it might be. And one of the best things you can do in DayZ is still loot for things. Like right now I'm really geared, but my scope is bad. So my focus is either repairing the scope or finding a new scope, right? So I'm focused on trying to sort the scope situation out, and I'm going around looting in order to do that. But at some point, the game's going to get in the way, you know, I'm going to start getting shot at. I'm going to have to defend myself. Maybe I'll die, maybe I'll win. But for me personally, the game is much better when you're trying to achieve something, whatever it might be. In this case, it's getting a scope. And you're on a journey trying to do that, and then people get in your way and try to kill you, or try to hold you up, or try to whatever, you know. And most of the game is about that, like finding a reason to keep looking and letting the game happen. Don't you think Pep's leaving because 115 charges probably? I don't. When I say Pep's football, I'm not really meaning Pep himself. I mean that style is gradually on the wane, Jamie. You know, Arsenal have just won the league. They didn't win it with Pep's football, you know. Like, I'm not bashing Arsenal, by the way. You know, I think football has, like, the standard has changed, and just ticka ticka taka ticka ticka ticka, like that Barcelona style or the Man City style is maybe not working as well as once it did, you know. And maybe that's a sign that Man City have not been quite so powerful the last 2 or 3 seasons compared to where they were before, you know. It might be to do with the dynamic of the team, but I think the style of play doesn't work as well as once it did. There's a lot of zombies. Someone's definitely here. I do need more 45 to the person that mentioned it, but I'm very unlikely to get much around here. I need to go to the airfield for that, and I really want a new scope. Yeah, I haven't seen that yet, Lapellis, but I really want to watch the Jamie Vardy documentary. I'm going to try and watch that at some point soon. That's half a shout. I got one of those. I raided this the other day. Looks like it's been rebuilt. It has. Fuck me. They've done a pretty solid job at rebuilding that, haven't they? I think Andy Robertson on the free is an absolute no-brainer. I think he is, yeah. Andy Robertson's great. I don't think he's quite the same player he was, but I think he's still very, very capable. I think he were it not for the fact that they really need to help Kirkis settle in and come on, I think he'd have played a lot more than he has. You know, I think he's definitely still Premier League standard. He's not quite what he was 3 or 4 years ago, but he's still very, very good. That was the same heli crash we went to earlier. Oh, fuck's sake. I've literally been pretty much everywhere you could find a electrical repair kit around here, but it's more the scope. I've looted so many places for a scope. I don't know, I think I might go over towards Vavilovo, which is where I was going to go originally. There's a few more hunting stands in the trees. More places to find a scope, potentially. Sorry, more an electrical repair kit. Sam, I've got a hunting scope that's damaged and needs repairing. So I've been looking for something to repair it or a new one. And I've been pretty much everywhere you could find one and not found one yet. But that's the way it can go on some servers sometimes, you know. I had it the other day on this server. I just couldn't find a stab vest, no matter what. I went to so many police stations, went to so many places where you could get them. I just couldn't get one. Ended up not getting a stab vest at all and going straight to plate carrier. Hi Dead Man Walking, hope you're good. Lepezo, thank you for the 52. Green Skiller, thank you for the 55. Happy 3/4 of a year. Thank you, Ben Wheeler. Thank you very much. Sorry it took me a while to spot it, dude, but thank you. Well, I'd say I've only been on 4 hours. I was on before that and crashed, so I've been on about 5 hours roughly. It's been quiet. I need to put my dinner on. I've been trying to wait, but I don't think I can wait anymore. My favourite DayZ map is this one, Daz. It's Chernarus. Champions League final, who you got? PSG all day? I think PSG will win it. I want Arsenal to win it. I hope they do, but I think PSG are... I said this earlier, like somebody was saying that, I can't remember who they were saying was the best team in Europe, and I was kind of hinting that maybe PSG are still the best team in Europe. We had this conversation a week or two back. I think they'll get proved tomorrow, but I hope Arsenal win it. I'll be watching it, hoping Arsenal win it. I think it would be really good, but I think PSG will win it. Yeah, I've said this a bit, but people are coming in again. But I looted that heli crash on the way there. There's nothing at it. Yeah, it would have been great for Bayern to get through. I really wanted Harry Kane to have a shot. If I'm honest, if it was Bayern Munich against Arsenal, I'd probably be rooting for Bayern Munich. Purely because I wanted to see Harry Kane win the Champions League. I think that would have been cool, but they're not. I've got nothing rooting for PSG at all. I'd rather the English club one. Right, we need to start looting down there in a minute. There is a feed shack that I just want to check first, just over this way. There she blows. I think cars is probably the place. Well, I'll probably find a electrical repair kit here. Vavilovo should be okay for it, but I think if we check the cars and the outhouses and whatnot, we'll probably do okay. Deadman, for now I'm going to here. This is where I'm going, Vavilovo. Looking for a scope or a cleaning kit. Or electrical repair kit. Fuck me. I need to go and put my dinner on. I'm fucking ravenous. I also need a piss like crazy as well, so it might be time. Killing it because I could do with some food really. Interesting. It's only one apple, it could have been me that spawned that in. I don't think I need to loot the houses. Outhouses, defo. Mind you, I could get food, I suppose, but I haven't got the patience for that. Wool Legend. Well, I hope the new job's going okay. It's my favourite zombie. I just like the jacket. I need to get me one of those jackets. They're snazzy. It's not a jacket either, is it? I think it's a shirt. I need to get me one of those shirts. It's mad how the internet works nowadays. Argentinian creator Valen Scarsini went searching for the least famous player heading to the World Cup. The answer, New Zealand defender Tim Payne, who had just 4k Instagram followers at the time. Valen told his audience to flood Tim's account with support, and the internet delivered. Tim Payne now has over 1.5 million followers. Things we love to see. I don't know who Valen, whatever his name is. It's kind of cool to use your following to benefit somebody else. I like that, but I don't know. Like, there must be some footballers that don't have Instagram. You'd have thought, wouldn't you? But I don't know. I don't really get it. I guess it's kind of cool. It's kind of a cool story. The dude will post something on Insta and then he'll get like 200,000 people telling him he's a dick or something now. Did you die in the DSD and the M4 life? I did, yes. That was at the start of yesterday's stream. I didn't last very long, unfortunately. I got met up with Redline. We got a boat, got back to him, and then got killed just south of Starry Sobor. It's all Redline's fault. He didn't do anything. He just got gunned down, but that's it. That was why it was Redline's fault. Yeah, cheers, Danish. Come on, Gib. I don't want to do any more looting. I just need to get the scope, please. Weapon repair kit. And when I say that, I mean... I don't mean weapon repair kit whatsoever. I mean electrical repair kit. Hi Nox Tempest, hope you're well. I'm good. I'm fucking hungry. I've got to go and put my dinner in a minute. Dead man, they both came from a convoy by the prison island. Thank you very much, Lager. I think that's the fourth one of those today. The fourth one. That's crazy. Oh my god. Please. Not Drakon. Is this the way to Bab-Nanobo? I thought it was called Bavilobo. And that's why I don't sing. Can I read Cyrillic because of DayZ? Nope. I can't read Cyrillic because of DayZ because I've just not bothered. I never needed to. When there was just Chernarus, I knew the map. I knew the names of the towns in English. I knew Berezino was Berezino, so I didn't need to know the Cyrillic version of it. I just knew it, so I'd never need to learn it as a result of that, you know. Oi, oi. Fuck me dead. Where the fuck is the shitting fuck? Right, one of these cars is going to run over electrical repair kit. Is that the house you threw a brilliant grenades at? No, that was the one where the base was rebuilt in the previous town. Okay, but do you try to speak the Russian name in your head every time you... Yeah, but badly. I have my own little names like Bibikoki and Necrophilia and stuff. Yay! I wasn't expecting to find a scope at that car, but I'll take it. Holy fucking hell, that was hard work. That was a lot of effort. Now to get gunned down at the well. Right, I'm going for a celebratory making of the dinner and fish. I need a wee. I need to put the food on. It's 7:45 and I'm hungry as hell. I'm going to put food on and then I'll be back. I'm very glad that we've got the scope. Now we can go and die. I mean, get some kills. Right, I'm back. Right, Thai red curry with king prawns, sticky rice and peppers. Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm hungry. I've left it too long. Fuck me, that's a big... What the fuck is that? That might be carrot, actually. Carrot and peppers. Logan, we've not had any kills today. It's been really quiet since I left the coast. We've not seen anyone since I left the coast. Server's full. Well, in fact, it's just a smidge under full right now. But it was going dark, so at least I think it was. Okay, right, it won't be long. I'm just going to eat this, then I'll get back in. It's been a bit of a quiet day, but it's the way she goes, you know. This is we had a crazy run on this server last Friday, or the Friday before. But today it's been quiet. That's the way it goes, though, you know? This is pretty good, actually. I think I prefer... So, rather annoyingly, I had Thai red curry last night. It's just the way the sell-by dates went on these, but this one's better than the chicken one. It's just different. Hey Mr. Streamer, I'm eating lunch. We're basically at the dinner tables. How was your day? Anything fun happen? Well, I had one viewer that came in and was like, it really started at like absolute full bore troll mode. They did, yeah, one viewer did, but they recognised it straight away because they're always that way, you know. But other than that, pretty good. There was one other guy that was picking a fight on the YouTubes. That was my day. Am I going to stream Sunday? Probably, Greasy. Yeah, I should be on Sunday, but that's only a probably right now because I've got to try and do some... I've got stuff to do around the house tomorrow, and I also want to try and fix OBS. What am I expecting for Badlands? I don't know, Deadman. I don't know. I'm hoping it's got... I know it's going to be a desert map, but I'm hoping it's as diverse as Chernarus in terms of places to go and lots of different places close together, so...
Hope you've had a good week. Did you get the thunderstorm the other night?
I saw the tail end of the Luke Littler game when the stream ended, Jamie. Yeah, it was insane. Luke Littler and Luke Humphreys, but they were both averaging about 110 for the whole of the final. There was nothing really between them, and then he just made the... He missed a couple of shots to maybe win it the leg before, but then he was absolutely amazing just in that, like, when he absolutely had to get the double, he got it. Am I a fan of tikka masala? It's okay. Tikka masala's okay. It can be I probably prefer something just slightly more spicy than chicken tikka masala, but it can be fine. It can be pretty good. what to do with that, Matt. But yeah, okay. I tried to keep the mic a little bit further away, so you hear a little bit less of that if possible. But nonetheless, yeah, I do need to eat, and I often stream through dinner time. So yeah. I wish Badlands would be out soon. I think it's going to be a while yet. I do. It'll be September, October time. Yeah, the accountant that couldn't account was yesterday's argumentative fella, D-Sean. There's one every day. I did eat that fast, Pinkster. I did, yeah. It was really small, though. On a normal dinner-sized plate, it was half of a portion. Guess who's going to start on DayZ in a minute? I don't know. Alpha, I don't stream on Saturdays, dude. It's always my day off. Summit, that's good. Do you wish Badlands would come because you think it would be great, or do you want us to stop asking questions about a map you don't know about? Both. Yeah, both. Like, being asked what I think about Badlands when I've never played it is a bit... It's a bit harsh, you know. It's a bit like asking me what I think about being a sexual Tyrannosaurus and being absolutely amazing at bedroom gymnastics, you know. Like, I have no experience at that.
Hi everyone, how's the stream going, Paul? Arsenal to win Champions League, come on.
I can only tell you what it's like to be kind of distinctly average, if not slightly below. I've never tried Badlands and I've never been good at the sex, you know, so I can only speak from my own experience. Right, let's go somewhere. Let's go somewhere. Let's go to the airfield. It'll be great. I don't know if I want to go to the airfield actually. Let's go towards Vybor first. Jay, thank you very much for the support. I hope Arsenal win. I think PSG will, but I'll be rooting for Arsenal. What do I think about the name Paul? Well, it's my name, so I'm kind of used to it. It's alright. What's the 5th place team doing in the Champions League? Because the 5th place team in the Premier League is better than any team from the Netherlands, Garrett, that's why. That's how the coefficient works, dude. Just look at the other two. Look at Villa and Crystal Palace in the other two European competitions. I just know that. Here's a bit of a weird take I have. I don't even want to read anymore. I'm going to read no more of that. It's going to start a long debate. I'm not having it, Sloth Dad. Good. You're entitled to your view. Yes. The one thing I always was impressed about was the old dude in the gym. That always impressed me. There's always one old dude in the gym that doesn't give a fuck. Right, so everyone else is like trying to change it behind a towel or be a bit discreet and not show everything everywhere. And then there's one old dude with his 1 foot on the ground and 1 foot up on a bench, with a towel, like basically flossing his crack in front of everybody. You know, like there's always one dude that just doesn't give a fuck. Like parades around naked, like doesn't like. I have full admiration for that dude. Fair enough. And they don't always have a massive penis, actually. I don't think that's the case. I just think they've got to the point in life where they don't care. They're like, well, I'm drying, and this is how I'm drying. So be it. You're going to become that man. You just wait. I don't know. I have quite the self-image issues. You know, like I look in the mirror and I don't see me. So yeah, I think I probably have body dysmorphia or something like that. Probably. But I know that's not a serious thing, by the way. It could be for some people, but anyway, this is not me going, oh, poor me. But no, I seriously doubt it will ever be, because I've always been somewhat self-conscious. Even when I was really, really thin and really, really healthy, I was still kind of shying away from stuff. I've had to try and get over it.
Strange one with Kanate leaving on a free buddy. We'll be interested to see how Slot does next season.
I think Kanate should leave on a free. I don't think they should pay him. He wants too much money and he's not good enough, so they should let him go. He's going to want like 200 grand a year or something, and he's not a good enough centre back to earn that money. He's had his time. He's had some good seasons, but he's been terrible this season, and I don't think he's it.
You are loved and appreciated, sir.
I don't think Kanate is worth 200 grand a week or whatever he's after, and they shouldn't pay him it. They should get somebody else. So I don't think it is strange. I think Liverpool have been trying to negotiate, but they've been trying to pay him what they feel is worth, not what Kanate feels he's worth. And sometimes that decision is bad. You know, they probably should have given Diaz the money. With hindsight, I thought it was maybe the right call in advance, but they didn't replace him, did they? But with Kanate, I think they should let him go. Jay, thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you. What's worse, looking at an image of yourself or hearing your own voice? Both are big fears for me. Probably the image of myself now, because I've done so much editing and reviewing of YouTube videos with my voice in it. I've kind of got used to that, but yeah, I never want to be in pictures. I never want to. I've tried to get better at that. I am trying to get better in general about my own self-image. You know, like I look in the mirror and instantly want to degrade myself and put myself down and whatnot, and that, to the point where it's almost something I've learnt through life. It's not really. It's almost like I'm lying to myself, almost, in a way. I don't know. It's hard to explain, but nonetheless, I'm trying to get a bit better. Well, they've been talking about a new contract for a while, Krabby, but he's run his contract down for a reason, because this next one is going to be his last big one. So he's not going to sign for Liverpool on the cheap. He's trying to get what he thinks he's worth. That's his prerogative, you know. Somebody will pay him more wages than Liverpool will, and they'll go and sign for them, you know. Like, there's been rumours that Chelsea are after him, you know, which would be an interesting one. But he'll go and get the money. If he doesn't get it from Liverpool, he'll get it somewhere else, because he'll be on a free transfer. So I can kind of see it. Like, if he doesn't want to commit to Liverpool for less money than he thinks he's worth, then I can kind of get it. I just don't think Liverpool should be paying him too much, because he isn't very good. I don't think he should be starting for Liverpool anyway. Oh, thank you, Nox. got a new fan at work because someone stole one. Blimey. No, man, thank you. Yeah, I know. But self-image is that some people have... And my dad was the exact opposite to me. My dad looked in the mirror and saw an Adonis, you know, and he was just a regular dude, as far as I know, you know. But my dad thought he was God gift to women, and like he wasn't a player or anything, but he thought he was good looking.
I agree with that.
He thought he was it, you know.
Need to be selling a few players, though. I think as an Arsenal fan, we also need to do the same.
Yeah, we'll see, Jay. I don't know. I certainly think they should let Canate go. They've got a young French dude coming in that looks like he could be quite good. They're going to need one more centre back. Lots of talk of that dude from Tottenham, Van der Ven, but I don't know. My dad used to be forever sunning himself on a. Ooh. He was forever on a sunbed, like in the back garden. Wow. Yeah, he was always trying to kind of make himself look a little sharper. I don't even need those. An old friend of mine once said, you need to plumb in a confidence tap you can turn off, turn on. Not so easy, but getting there. Yeah, I think there is some truth to that. Like confidence, like with regards to my own self-image, I'm quite a self-deprecating person anyway. But with my own image, I really am. You know, I've done nothing but put myself down as long as I've ever been a streamer in terms of my own how I look and whatnot. I don't know. I think partly it's probably built in. Like I was one of the fat kids at school, so I probably got a little bit bullied at school, and so got used to saying the hurtful thing first before the other kids could, if that makes sense. You know, you get used to, you say the hurtful thing about yourself awkwardly somehow to take the power away from the C word that's going to say it to you instead. Probably shouldn't be doing this here, but anyway. If the EU were to ban football clubs from having high debts, then other clubs like Ajax, PSV, Dortmund and Belgrade would stand a chance again, just like in the past. With money you can win now. I'm not sure that's entirely true, Jamie. I think it's a little bit more complex than that, because they already have financial fair play. I don't think you can really say to a really, really rich club, you're not allowed any debt, you know. If Man United is worth £6 billion, this is all fictitious numbers, by the way, but if Man U is worth £6 billion and they're in debt to the tune of 700 million, that's completely fine. You know, what's wrong with that? You know, there's lots and lots of businesses that run with some debt, but they're worth way more and they make more than that per year, and so on and so on. I don't think you can manage teams that way. The reality is that the teams that make the most money spend the most money and have the best chance, and that's mostly nowadays Premier League teams plus Real Madrid, Barcelona, maybe Juve, one or two others, Bayern Munich, obviously PSG. And some of that's, like PSG is a lot to do with the owners, obviously, but a lot of it is to do with traditionally being a big team like Bayern Munich and having a big fan base and making a lot of money. I just don't see it now. I don't see a lot of the teams you mentioned. It's a bit like the teams from Scotland, like Rangers and Celtic. They still have huge fan bases, but they just don't generate the revenue that the Premier League teams do, so they can't compete the same, you know. Playing in the Scottish League, hurts Rangers and Celtic because it's just not as saleable of a league. It doesn't make the TV revenues that the Premier League does. No, I think that's probably true. But yeah, it's something I talk about a bit with Miss Portland, believe it or not. But I am quite keen to put myself down. But I am trying to be better. But it's just like a crutch almost, you know, like a way of being. Like I don't know. It's also I think a bit of being English as well. We're very good at taking the piss out of ourselves. English people do that a lot. Self-deprecation is a thing. Sarcasm as well, you know, it's just one of those things. It's partly who we are.
Barker are splashing the cash ATM. Gordon not a bad signing for them.
We'll see, we'll see. I know it's got a here we go, but I don't know if it's actually happened yet, has it? And they've just won the Spanish league. I don't know if Gordon is going to be the right player for them or not. I've not seen him play loads for Newcastle, but I don't know. I hope he is. He seems like a nice enough guy. I hope he turns out to be great, but never been impressed with him when he plays for England. Has he actually signed for Barca, has he? That's cool if he has. I was a bit worried Liverpool would sign him, if I'm honest. I didn't really want him at Liverpool. Like, I know he's wanted to play for Liverpool and he's been kind of keen on it, but I've never really felt like he'd be consistent enough. Despite making no revenue relative to English clubs, Celtic and Rangers are still ridiculously worthy clubs. The problem is the TV revenue. Well, of course it is, yeah. They may be wealthy, but a big signing for Celtic would be like a £9 million striker or something, Ross, you know, like they just can't pay the same salaries that, like, look at what Tottenham pay per month, pay for signings and pay for salaries and stuff, you know, like look at the amount they paid compared to say Celtic or Rangers and where they finished in the league this year, you know, like the difference between the amount Tottenham can spend and the amount Rangers can spend is huge. Cheers, Deadman. Take it easy, dude. And they're incredibly wealthy clubs in the Scottish League. Shane, Gordon tends to play on the left, yeah. So he's basically they've signed him instead of Marcus Rashford. You'd have thought. Is that the case, Buckeye? I've not seen anything of it. My least favourite Grand Slam is not the right term. My least favourite major, whatever the right term is the French Open. I'd rather watch the Australian, the US, or obviously Wimbledon. For whatever reason, I've never really liked the clay one so much, but I quite like tennis if it's on. If the last one I watched was the final that Djokovic lost. After he got to the semi, after he got through an epic semi, last year.
For Alvarez, though.
Or was it January? Was it the Australian Open he lost? I forget which one he lost in the final. Tells you all you need to know about Rashford. I don't know, Neil. Rashford's had a decent season. Rashford was offering to take a pay cut and all sorts of stuff. I don't think it tells you a lot. Rashford seems to have done everything he can to try and stay at Barcelona, include offering to take less money and all sorts, you know. I think Rashford's played well. He's buckled down and done a solid job at Bayern. I want to keep saying Bayern at Barca, but if they want to go a different way, they want to go a different way. Maybe they feel Gordon is of a higher quality and more of the type of player they want. I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised if Rashford is starting for England in the summer. I wouldn't start him, but I wouldn't be surprised if he does. Rashford's certainly not young anymore, no. Salary caps and back to 3 foreign player rule would even the playing field overall. You can't have salary caps, unfortunately. I just don't see it. You can't have salary caps in a worldwide game where other leagues wouldn't go in for it. You can't have salary caps in 1 or 2 leagues in Europe, and then I don't know, Saudi Arabia can pay someone 600 grand a week. You know, like it wouldn't work. You can't force the whole world to have salary caps. The Premier League could have salary caps, but then what? You know, there's always going to be leagues that are outliers, and because it's a worldwide game, it doesn't work. Salary caps work in American football because the American football has a monopoly. Like there's nowhere else. If you're the best quarterback in American football, you have to play for an American football team. There's nowhere else. You can't go to Italy and earn crazy money, or Germany, or Portugal, or Spain, or England, or Japan, or China, or Saudi Arabia, and loads of South American countries. That's why a salary cap can't work in football, because there isn't a monopoly. It's a free market. It just wouldn't work. It was the Australian. Yeah, that's the last one I watched. So I did watch that. That was good. Well, all of those countries have got reasonably sized football leagues. That's the point. They're all quite popular. Any salary cap would have to be done by FIFA. They don't have the power. FIFA just control like the World Cup. You know, they don't really. FIFA don't control anything in Europe. You know, they don't control the Champions League or anything like that. They control the internationals. They're just a bunch of men in blazers monopolising international football to make crazy money. I see that they're starting to really put pressure on about the ticket prices. England's first game, currently the cheapest ticket is £524. A cheapest official ticket, £524. What an absolute ridiculous cost. That's like what, $650, something like that. It's absolutely insane, and that's the governing body of world football charging that. Yeah, I'm not. I'd love to go. Like, I'm flying to America land. The day the first semi-finals on is the day I land in America, July the 14th. Were England to get to the final and I was in America, I'd seriously be. I won't be in the right place. I'll be on the west side and the finals on the east. But it would still occur to me to try and go. But the final is going to cost like 10 grand or something. Like, it's just not worth it. It's not worth it on so many levels. You're paying scout prices for the face value tickets. It's ridiculous. FIFA is well aware that America has more citizens with disposable income than anywhere else, so they are taking full advantage of it. Well, they're not yet, Donk, because the tickets aren't selling. America may have a lot of citizens with disposable income, but they don't like football very much. Nobody wants to watch England against Croatia that much to pay $600 or $700 for a ticket, like really up in the gods, you know. Like, that's not a good ticket, £524 to sit miles away, you know. So it doesn't matter how much disposable income you've got. If you're not that much into the sport, you're not going to pay more than you'd pay for the Super Bowl to go and see it. I don't think they're trying to take advantage of that, Donk, to be honest. I think there's partly the locals might be able to afford it, so there's that. I think they're taking advantage of fans in general. I think they're taking advantage of how big the World Cup is, personally. I think they're banking on England fans, for example, being desperate enough to see England and paying through the nose, because that's what happens every time, you know. There's been so many examples over the years of people like selling their car so they can go to watch the England in the quarterfinals or something like that. You know, people go to all sorts of lengths to see these things. You know, I think they're relying on the fans that go and travel all around the world watching England or Italy. Italy aren't in it, but you know what I mean. Like all of these teams, they have loyal travelling fans that go every time, and I think they're trying to bleed them dry. But I think it seems like they ain't selling quite to the level they were perhaps expecting. That's the noise that's coming out right now, you know. There's still tickets available, which is not normal, I think. Normally the tickets would be gone. But the fact that you could still buy tickets for England right now, 2 or 3 weeks before the tournament starts, is abnormal. Why do you think they didn't do the same thing Qatar though? Because they knew people will be more willing to come here than Qatar. That's true. Yeah, that's partially true. I think they're also more. I think they're bold, more bold now. I think they're more brazen. You know, like the football is getting bigger and bigger and bigger and more money, more games, more everything. There's more eyes on it all the time. And I think they feel they can get away with it more as well. But certainly the fact that it's in America, people can travel there more easily than some places. That definitely is a factor. But I don't think it's so much to do with people having free money in America, because not many people in America like soccer. I don't think it's that. It certainly could be that people travel to America are more likely to. And they wonder why people are buying the dodgy sticks. Well, Jay, the actual games will be free to air in the UK, right? If you don't need a dodgy stick to watch England in the World Cup, it'll be on BBC or ITV. So you won't need anything like a dodgy stick for it. Right. Anything else I can do here? Ah, fuck it, let's go. I think I might go and have a little look around VMC perhaps. I do need food as well, but there's no point trying to use that. Not only the matches on the BBC ITV, but the licence board have granted extensions for pubs. I thought pubs on a Saturday night, for example, could stay open kind of as long as they wanted already, pretty much. So, like the last qualifying game is on a Saturday. I think it's 27th. I think it's June the 27th. It's a Saturday, and in the UK the game's on at 10 PM. So, like the pubs would be open anyway, wouldn't they? Are the two sharpening stones intentional? No. No, they are not. I think 70 million seems a fair amount for Gordon as well. However, sometimes with transfers it seems a lot, and then afterwards it seems like the right kind of deal, or it seems like it was what seemed value was Like if you compare the cost of Diaz compared to Gordon, you'd say that that's too much. But England internationals always go for more than they should, don't they? You know. And then if you compare him to the cost of Wirtz or Isak right now, I still think both of those signings could work out quite nicely. But right now, Gordon looks better value, you know, but he hasn't kicked a ball yet. Those shots sounded like they came over from towards VMC to me, so we're going to head that way. Some games are on at like 4 or 5 AM in the UK. Are they? Interesting. I think the final is at 8 PM America land time, so that'll be late. If we were to get to the final, I think it'd be starting about 1 AM, I think. This is something that a lot of Liverpool fans might not like. You're a West Ham fan. I'd actually quite like Liverpool to sign Jarrod Bowen. I'd quite like Liverpool to sign him. I'd rather have Jarrod Bowen in a Liverpool shirt than Gordon. I don't think he's anywhere near as good as Salah, but you can't replace Salah, so you don't try. You have to replace them with the squad, not with one player. If Bowen were to leave West Ham, I'd quite like him to. I wouldn't mind him at Liverpool. I think he'd be good. He's also 5 years left on his 7-year contract. Deshaun, the big problem with that is that everybody knows West Ham need money, so it's really hard. Like, what'll happen with somebody like Bowen is West Ham will try to play hardball, but everybody knows West Ham need to raise revenue. And if Bowen's their prized asset, that might be how they raise revenue. It also might depend on whether he really wants to leave or not. Who knows? But if it gets to the last day of the transfer window and you've not raised the revenue you need to balance the books, you'll have to sell him. That's the way it works, right? It's easy to play hardball because of contracts, but he may have something in his contract about relegation. For all we know, he might have. I don't know. You probably know more than I do. But if it gets to the last day or two of August and you've not raised the funds you need, it'll end up being sold. But yeah, obviously having a longer contract helps, but it doesn't help if you've been relegated. It makes it harder to have a firm footing for standing firm, as it were. Yeah, I think Ungamoa will start starting more games as time moves on. He is quality. I think he'll keep progressing with any luck. Kempers, that does sound fun. It does sound fun. It's VMC Hill, Keller. VMC, Vereznik Military Compound is so that's Vereznik Military Base. We'll have to wait and see, Deshaun, but it's really hard to know. When a team gets relegated, sometimes people leave for slightly less than they're worth. It happens a lot. Where's that? It's like... Oh, that's further. I think it's up there somewhere. No, those shots are in Cabinino. Somewhere around the church, I think. I think West Ham are in with a great chance of going straight back up again. I hope they keep hold of Nuno. I think he'll be more than capable of getting you back up. I'm taking a chance here because there's possibly people there, but we're hearing shots towards not Krasnostav, Cabinino. I want to go and check it out. It's hard not to like Bowen as an outsider. He always puts in a shift. He's like Roy of the Rovers for West Ham. You know, he's the one that sets the goals up or he scores them, and he's involved in pretty much anything that's any good. Like if a player's shining in a team that gets relegated, that's normally a fair. Like if you're having a good season still in that scenario, yeah, I think you're doing all right. I normally would not go the way I'm about to go. I'd normally go to the tree line, but I'm going to get in these bushes and go down the bushes. It sounds like it's around the church, but it could be anywhere. It's fucking crazy, isn't it? I nearly said buying again. Barca have been pleading poverty. I wonder how they've signed Gordon. I wonder if they're paying much up front. I bet they're paying in like instalments over like 20 years or something. Can we have buy now, pay later, please, Newcastle? There's a few places where firefights tend to happen here. Sometimes the church, sometimes the building on the other side is quite common as well. The fortress house. And the green moustache, that green moustache is quite common as well.
Keep up the great work.
Is a base in there? What the fuck? He's not even got a vest on, I don't think. It had to be an arm shot, otherwise that dude would go unconscious. I don't know what the fuck he was doing there. Looked like he had a baby AK. He was aiming around as well, so there must be somebody else. I think he died there, but I couldn't really tell. Ooh. Oh, please tell me that hit, or is it the tree? It was the tree. Oh my god, that was close. It looked like red, but I think it was from the leaves of the tree. Car stopped. Did it hit? Fucking hit him. Just make sure. That did hit. How badass is that? It looks like it's a naked dude driving a car though. He doesn't look like he's got any gear on him. Oh my god, that's cool. I'm glad I hit that. Right, I am going to go and check out the other dead dude first. The car can wait for a little minute. Oh, I'm pleased I hit that. It looks somewhat like a new spawn with no clothes on, which is kind of crazy if that's what that dude is. But it could just be bugged out because they're in the car and I'll drag them out and they're fully geared. But I suspect that might not be the case. But it's just nice to have seen some players, you know, that's good. I thought I hit the first one when I smashed the windscreen, to be honest, but obviously I didn't. I'm not even sure where this guy is. He's somewhere... I'm not going to be able to see him so easily. He's somewhere around there, but I don't know. I'm going to come down towards the piano and then look back.
Good shot, mate. I'm off anyways, pal, but enjoy the rest of stream. Thumbs up, medium light skin tone.
Cheers, Jay. Thank you. Cheers for coming in. Thank you very much. Right, I'm going to try and look back up from these bushes somewhere and see if we can see this dude.
GG's, that was a nice shot.
It's a dead zombie. He's somewhere up there. Wish I had more pistol shots. Cheers, Sentinel. Thank you. somewhere around here. What to do without killing the Zeds? Yeah, that's weird. How the fuck did that dude tank that bullet? That's insane if you ask me. Three dial easy to open. I ain't got the patience for that, dude. There are a lot less combinations with the 3 dial, but I still haven't got the patience. I don't know if I even want the baby AK. I'm going to move it from the body, but I don't think I'm going to keep it. It's a good gun. I just can't. I can't be doing with it. I'd rather use the R12. I can't be doing with carrying it. If it was a big AK, I would definitely go with it. So I think the car and the dead guy are related. It's possible that guy was trying to drive away from the dead guy, or possibly go and pick him up, but I don't know. The AK player was moving around aiming, looking for someone. It might have been that he was looking for the car guy, who knows. It might be completely unrelated. If this guy is completely naked in this car, it's probably just someone that's having a drive around that found the car on the coast and is just having a doss about. We'll find out in a minute. It looked like they were completely naked, which is weird. Crowd. I've had some really good runs lately, and yesterday was not one of them. So, like, don't egg him on. Saturday's video had 13 kills in it. Redline was nowhere to be seen. I'm so pleased that shot hit. That was fucking badass. It was the very last shot as well. There was no more. That was the last shot I had, right? There was a few chances and I was close with a couple, but that was the last try. So he must be moving something for a base. He's out doing a barrel run. It's crazy. something I was thinking about earlier. You used to be able to despawn cars. You can't do that anymore, can you? You used to be able to set cars on fire. I think they took that out of the game. It was something they had in briefly, but I was thinking about that on a walk the other day. I was like randomly walking thinking, can you still set fire to the cars? I'm sure you can't, but you used to be able to. Anything in the barrel? I don't think you can put anything in the barrel and move it. It has to be empty. So you can't put the barrel in the car if there's loot in the barrel. I think there might be somebody else in Cabanino, to be honest. Maybe the time has gone now, but with me shooting, I'd be surprised if they didn't come out looking. But the guy the AK player was looking for may not be that guy. Just had chilaquiles for lunch, so good. I'm having chilaquiles for breakfast when I go to Portland for Defo. Chilaquiles were one of my favourite meals that we had. It was great. I think I've already got it in mind. On my birthday, chilaquiles for breakfast, right? Defo. Ramen for dinner. They were nice and spicy as well. The salsa was spicy. It was hot. It was really good. Greasy, yeah. I'll have gluten ramen. Yeah, I have gluten here and there, but I have like tablets that allow me to break down the gluten. So for a meal out or for an occasion, I'll have it. Yeah. Just not like while I'm on my regular routine through the week. I never have gluten, but if I'm going out for a meal or something, sometimes I will. Just take one of the tablets. They don't work if you're celiac, but if it's an intolerance, they can work. Don't know what that shot would have been at. It was somewhere up here. A single shot, it could have been someone killing an animal. Could have been a snipe. There's a few different places people overwatch up this way. You might as well go and have a look. Deshawn, there are lots of meals from Thrive that are glutinous, but I have it checked, so I only get shared the gluten-free ones as options. So anything I have is gluten-free. So they do, so, like for example, there's a spaghetti and meatballs that crops up, but it's made with oat noodles. They taste great, but there's no gluten in them, and they're gluten-free. So yeah, whatever I get to choose from for my 6 each week, none of them have got gluten in. They are gluten-free as well. They're all quite small portions. Yeah, gluten-free and gluten-free. I feel like the shot wasn't too much further up. A little bit more perhaps, but not crazy. What are these chilaquiles you speak of? It's like a Mexican breakfast. I honestly have only ever had it once, and it was like tortillas and veg and cheese and shit from memory, but I don't remember it very well. I ate it and it was amazing, but I couldn't tell you exactly what was in it. I think it was like tortilla crisps and salsa and sour cream and cheese and all lovely things from memory. But it just looked like a plate of Mexican stuff and it was spicy. I had it and it was great. Breakfast nachos, that's basically what it is, yeah. fuck is that? Jamie, I'm not reading that out. I can't face all the replies. I can't face it. They were slightly soft on the outside, G-Up, yeah. Ah, num 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 num. I need them again. Right, one sec, guys. While I'm here. I don't know where this shot was. My guess was it was between these two tree lines or in one of these two tree lines. Like around here somewhere. But if that was somebody shooting around here, where would they go? Starry or VMC, probably. I need to cook this deer meat that we got off the dead dude. It's a brave person who cooks in Starry or VMC. Yeah. Stupid is as stupid does. It's also TRMZ fuck it time, so it's definitely time to cook somewhere dumb. We need to stop talking about chilaquiles now. I'm fucking hungry, okay? No more, right? I've not had enough to eat today. I had an amazing lunch. It was ribeye beef day today, which is great. It's my favourite meal of the week. Fucking amazing. But I still feel hungry as fuck today. I've done the 10,000 steps. I've done the push-ups and the weights. I'm massively in calorie deficit for the day today, for sure. Even with the steak. I did drink the protein shake. Yeah, that doesn't touch the sides though. They're meant to fill you up. Protein shakes don't seem to fill me up in the slightest. They probably do, but they don't feel to. I'm just going to cook down here where I killed the dude and next to that base. That'll be safe. Cabinino cooking is going to be safe at the moment, I'd say. Oh, that shot on the car was cool. It's he's clearly between bases, so he's left all his gear in a base somewhere. And he's just trying to transfer stuff around, but which I think is kind of weak sauce myself, but anyway. Probably wise now he's dead, you know, it makes him look smarter for sure. And that dude was really aiming up here, like he was expecting someone to be cowering in the shed. Could be a base somewhere else. There are still there we go. That'll do. This one will do because it's got a quicker fire for cooking in. Holy shit. Right, bye bye R12. Hello AK and 2 mags. Yeah, the guy I got first probably killed this, yeah. Go, 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 go. There is another 2 mags, obviously, where I left the baby AK, but I'm not particularly worrying about that just right now. I'm more focusing on the food. That was not even worth it, really. So that must be the firefight. Our dude with the baby AK probably killed that guy and was scouting around in case there was another. Oh, there we go. That's a good upgrade. Why are they just gone? Why, weren't they already red and now they've gone colder? That don't make sense. Can you cook with just paper? Yep. You're effectively just making coals and then you're cooking on that. It may have gone out. No, it's still cooking. Should be able to cook on that. Might not be working. It should do though. Oh, there's another dude. What did I walk into? Well, we heard the fights. We came looking for the fights. We heard the fights and came over running, didn't we? So this is the dead dudes from the fight, and there was one guy still alive and a car driving around. I may still need to get some sticks, but we'll worry about that in a minute.
Dropping off my Bezos bucks. Happy ruinings.
Thank you very much, Dirt. Cheers for the 16 months, Dal. Thank you very much for the 10 months as well. Oh, fuck's sake. Cheers, Dal. Sentinel before that, thank you. I mean, all that gear they might run back. They might do, David, but they're going to spawn. It's a big map, right? So it would take them an hour to get back here. They ain't going to be here yet. It's very unlikely. If you're in a modded server where you can luck out on some kind of quad bike or something, you might make it. Otherwise, you ain't getting back here very quick. I have to start dropping some shit. I can run to the Northwest Airfield in 7 minutes. I remember that guy, yeah. I need to carry more food. I have got to drop more stuff at some point, but... And that helps. I need to drop all bullets other than the ones that I'm using, I think. I'm going to drop that as well. Might just drop them on the ground. How long has this character been alive? 5 hours? Something like that? Not crazy long. I could take the bag. I could maybe take the bag. I don't know. I don't really want that big bag.
Take my money, F1 fan from Canada land.
Canfiax, depends what server I'm on. Some servers, yes. If you get 3 shots from it, yeah, I've been using it a lot. I don't think it's worth the effort. If you're playing on, say, 0 servers, you use a whole duct tape to make 1 bottle, and then you get 1 shot with it. So I can never be bothered. And I play on servers that are a bit like that quite a lot. But if I'm on a server where it's you can make 4 bottles from 1 duct tape and you get 3 shots per one, then yes. Foxtrot, that's what I have been doing. I might not drop the Mosin bullets in there, but that's what I have been doing. The bullets that are worth keeping, that is. I put loads of Mosin and SKS rounds and, M4 rounds and whatnot in the fire already. Right, still got 2 pieces of meat left. That one's hardly any though. I'm going to have to take it. I just can't carry all this stuff. Ian, I don't know what to tell you. Like, when I play back my own videos, they seem perfectly loud enough, even on my phone, you know. Right, I think that will do us for now.
Tie for being online.
Have I tried the Lone 2025 server? I have not, no.
Happy to see you're still going strong. Keep it up.
I'm not going to bother cooking anymore. Can he be fooked? Marksman scope pristine. Do I dropped my marksman scope, didn't I? Okay, well that can fuck off then. Right, I guess that's it. That's all she wrote. Oh, I could do with that because it's better than my red one. Actually didn't mean to keep that. Let's get rid of that. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody else came here, you know. Oh, what? Suppose any of them got a hatchet, have they? No. I wanted to chop that down. So I could overwatch the body from that window. Camphiax, cheers for the support, dude. Hope you're well. Thank you for coming in. Swimmer Robbie, thank you for the 7. Wolfen, thank you for the 32. Cheers, all of you. Thank you very much.
TRMZ heart.
When is my next streaming day? Sunday or Monday? It should be Sunday, all being well. But yeah, probably Sunday, if not Monday. But I think I'll be on Sunday. Right. I can't be bothered to wait, like, in the hope someone shows up. I'm not going to be on crazy much longer, so I think I'm just going to head towards Starry and see if there's anything doing. Shizing, thank you very much for the 3 months. Thank you. So quite a lot was going on in Cabanino. The 2 dead guys and the guy I killed, none of them had chest protection on. And my experience on this server has been a bit like that. It's incredibly hard, it seems, to find a stab vest right now on this particular server. Like, trying to get any chest protection is really hard, and you end up not getting one forever, and then you get a plate carrier, which is exactly what I had to do today. What's your biggest put off with the full modded servers? Is it the markets, the bases, the fact that most people running teams, or just preference for unadulterated game experience? I don't like infinite stamina. It takes away from the survival side of the game. You can, when you shoot in a busy area with zombies, right? When you shoot in an area that's dangerous, you have to contend with the zombies. You have to do something. Yeah, it makes you think about when you shoot just a little bit, and makes you think about what you do afterwards, and what can happen as a result. You know, you end up several times yesterday. Redland and I were trying to flank a player, and we had zombies chasing us, or whatever it might be. You know. You have to think about stuff like that when you've got stamina. You have to stop and play the game, and so does your enemy. Whereas if you've got infinite stamina, you can shoot as much as you like, and then pick a direction and run, and you can outrun all the zombies. They'll eventually give up. You don't have to do anything. It means that... Obviously that's only if you're white health, but it takes the zombies out of the equation when you're using guns. You can just outrun them, and it makes the game kind of dull. And the game, I've just seen someone talking on YouTube about a server that they want to try that's taken out zombies and put in AI bots by the look of it, I think it was. But for me personally, the game needs zombies, you know, not because you need them to deal with them with melee weapons and stuff, but because it kind of concertinas the player, and they give information that the map is so big and there's no way to track in DayZ really, but the zombies are a way to work out what's going on. It's a bit like fishing, you know, like kind of reading the water and working out where the fish might be. You know, it's the same with zombies. That's what they do. You need the zombies. You need to be able to work out what's going on, finding dead zombies, seeing a lot of zombies, or whatever it might be. That's your kind of way of trying to work out where players might or might not be, you know. And also they affect the gameplay a lot when you're in a fight. What's your best DayZ memory you ever had in game? I don't know, Camphiax. I think my best single adventure was probably the Crazy Chris one, but best individual memory, they're very different. It's more about what they meant at the time and the sort of realising I might be a YouTuber and stuff like that, you know. It's not really because of the moment in the game, but what it meant to me on the way to being a YouTuber or whatever, you know. I can do, Alan. Yeah, I can do. That's the problem, Camphiax. Like if it's a funny moment and stuff, I play the game 40 hours a week. They effectively happen in the moment, and then I forget about them, you know. The amount of times that I'm watching a video and I know vaguely what's going to be in it, and then there's like 3 kills I'd completely forgotten about and this really cool moment at the start, because I'm watching it from the editor, right? Finn's edited it and I've forgotten what happened in it, you know. Like I just don't remember it anymore, right? Because I'm streaming, I'm thinking more about the stream and less about the game. And so I don't register them as much anymore. They're still crazy cool moments, but they're just in the moment, and that's it, you know. Here's a really good example. You'll like this one, or you might not. Sorry, if you're a little bit of a prude, close your ears now. Right? If you're a regular kind of fella who's not an Adonis in the sack, you might potentially remember what you think was the best orgasm you ever had in your life. You might know it when it was. You might know, right? You might. If you're a porn star, you ain't going to remember. You're jizzing all day long every day, you know? You ain't going to know. You're just going through the fucking motions all day, every day, you know? Like, that's kind of the analogy that works fairly well, right? Well, D-Sean, it depends what you quantify as best, right? If we're talking biology or outcome for me personally, absolutely. But I was meaning more like the one that felt the nicest, you know. Profound, just inspirational. Yeah, I think most people going to watch a video game stream of DayZ are looking for profound, inspirational anecdotes, dude. I think that's why everyone's here, yep. I actually thought there might be somebody here. It might be that the server's gone down a touch because we're just getting back through the night time. It happens, doesn't it? Is that a player or a zombie? It might have been a player. It went from the container just that way. I don't think it was that Zed. It might have been, though. think it probably was that zombie. Gaming with Mike, and somebody else asked the server. I'm sorry, I don't give out details as to the server and the mods and stuff. I try to keep it vague so I don't get stream sniped or chased around by whatever, you know. Like, so I play lightly modded or vanilla. I did miss a player in the tent, did I? Okay. Well, I thought I'd seen someone running. Oh yeah, there is one. Will he stop by the window? These are weird, aren't they? That's a weird bug. So I'm just... and another one that... like a comedy pair of eyes. That dude must have been slightly injured because they were wearing a stab vest and they insta-dropped, so I don't think I hit them in the head, I think I hit them in the chest, but he must have already been injured. Probably just put him out of his misery like an injured bird or something. Shots back from where we came. Wow, he's got a lot of protection. He likes his protection, he does. Very conscientious DayZ. Okay, I think that's enough. I'm not going to be on too much longer, so I've just left that loot where somebody else could grab it if they wanted it. Or he could grab it if he came back. Some of it will despawn because it was ruined, but a lot of it won't. I'm not sure if that shot was all the way back in Cabanino or not, but I'm going to run back over towards the other sniper hill and we'll have a look. There was a bottle for another suppressor, was there? I honestly cannot be fucked to try and work out the space. I have just eaten some food, but I can't be bothered. We've got 4 spares and one with 2 shots left in it. I think that'll do for now. That's a bug, Johnny. The patch that comes out on where your stuff gets dropped out of a cooking pot or whatever, that bug will be fixed on all servers on Monday. So it's part of the hot fix that's coming on Monday. I think that shot was at Cabanino. I don't think it was around here. Oh. What the fuck is that he's doing? I guess he just didn't know where the shots were. I can kind of see, but I don't know. It was that shot when he was prone. If my range was right, I feel like it would have hit, but I don't know. I thought I'd ranged up. I was still on 400. I thought I'd gone to 5. I don't think that's the dude that fired, but I don't know. The very first shot was pretty close. The others were kind of close. I was running out of breath when he was... It's tricky when they're juking. You're kind of waiting for them to start looking like they're going to juke towards your shot, your crosshairs. And then that dude was quite good at going the other way half the time when I was about to shoot. You thought you saw blood when he was rolling? I don't know. It felt like the one when he was rolling away from me should have hit. But I don't know if my range was right. I didn't see where the shot landed. So, I don't know. He's got a bright blue helmet on, which will make him easier to spot. Looked like he was running back towards the lonely house, but he may change direction. Now I wish I'd made another bottle. That's the tree line he went running down. Could easily have come across that connecting tree line though. It's hard to say what way he went. Oh, that's fucking deer. They just done me again. It was actually spotting the deer that made me spot the player. It made me just look that way a bit longer than I would have done. So I don't think they're in this tree line. They could be. I doubt they came this way. They may have carried on towards the lonely house. They might have come up this way towards BMC. It's hard to say, but they certainly looked like they were running back east kind of way. So I'm kind of thinking I'm going to look for them in this tree line up here. Like they might have horseshoed around past the lonely house and come up that way. That's the tree line. They could have gone all the way into there. Possibly in here. I don't see shit. Snow Beetle, thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. He might have gone all the way across towards the starry sort of sniper thing just to try and get it. The last couple of shots, but I made noise, so he may have heard those and decided to flank. Oh, okay. Quite lucky that hit me in the leg. No idea where that was from, but I'm glad it was from a long way. It was somewhere towards the direction I was looking at, to the left of the lonely house. Might as well fix them up. I don't really know why it matters. Might as well die with good-looking pants. That's a big gun. Whatever it was is a big gun. It flinched me, so it must be at least like it's a Tundra or a Mosin or something. Probably he's got a bottle suppressor. Might go into there to come and overwatch me, possibly. I really would like those 3 broken leg injury symbols to disappear. Like, the sooner the better. They clearly have got a good little spot wherever they were. I had no fucking clue. And he's wearing a bright blue helmet, unless he's took it off, which might be smart. But if he's still wearing the same helmet, he should be relatively easy to spot. Cheers once again, Snow Beetle Mike. Thank you for the resub, dude. Thank you very much. Thought I saw something moving left to right then, just in that gap, just for a sec. I don't know. Looked like something, like a head went across that way. It might not have been. It might have just been me as I was running. I think it was just the background as I was moving. This leg was so close to being broken, clearly. Look, it's still got 2 symbols. It feels like it's been a while. I'm going to make sure my gun's on 200 meters. It did come up with a blood splatter that was kind of, it was up here somewhere, which implies that they were in front and slightly to the left of me, right? But it still could be hard to work out where they are. I think they were somewhere towards the lonely house or to the left of the lonely house. That shot, what the fuck happened there? That shot sounded like it might have been them. That was around the right direction. They're either baiting me or that somebody else is shooting at them, one or the other. I really wanted to run straight to these trees in front here, but it was too far. I kind of had to go the route I just went. I wanted to run straight to these. So I was over that way. I believe he was down here somewhere. That's where the shot just came from, over this way. I don't know. I'm kind of showing myself too much here. It's quite near the end of the stream though. I'd rather take the risk and have a go. Take the risk, sorry, and have a go. But I was in that tree line when I got hit. I was there, someone behind that wall.
Yo.
That last shot sounded like it came more from towards Starry. I am too close to the smoke. Cheers to Gildy, thank you very much.
61
Jay, thank you as
months
well.
with
Dammer,
my
thank you
favourite
too.
streamer who helped me get into DayZ.
Cheers to Gildy, dude, thank you. And thanks Jay too. So I was just kind of hoping that if he was still in the tree line where he shot me there, me shooting the AK and dropping the smoke might just make them look that way some, so I could have, or get them to run to the forest and look. And they may well have done, but I didn't see them. That last shot sounded like it came from Starry Sobor to me, so maybe they're pushed back. That's definitely Starry. Maybe a different player, but it's definitely Starry. Jamie, have a nice time. Hope you have a good one. Don't do anything too stupid, okay? All that Man United propaganda that you spout around here, don't spout it too much around Benidorm. Someone will give you a punch in the noggin for that, alright? Just go easy. Hope you have a good time, dude. I'm just going to run towards Starry. It's late. There's people shooting in Starry. We might as well go and see. Johnny Funwell, cheers for tuning in. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. I'm not going to read out your message. It's a very nice one, by the way. Thanks, but I'm not. I don't want to inflate my own ego. Some people think I'm a complete douche, but that's okay. But thank you. I appreciate the thought, dude. The kind words. Thank you. What is that gun? I can't decide if that sounds powerful or not. That one. The web address for the merch store is trmz.shop. Shots sound like they're somewhere around the double red. Or just past the medical anyway. Maybe in the trees opposite, maybe towards the double red, but somewhere around there. Maybe around the playground area perhaps, but... Iron balls, well thank you. Two twig legs of course, yep, very appealing. It seems like every time I try to play sensible and come around behind this medical wall, at this fence here, I always end up getting killed. Right. Jason, thank you very much for the support, dude. Yeah, she won't read that out either, but yeah, thank you. A lot of shots. Now there's no shots. It's pretty late. I'm just gonna try and find where the dead bodies are and see what's what. Johnny, thank you very much for the membership. Appreciate it, dude. Cheers for becoming a member. Thank you. Dead zombie that way. Oh, desync plenty as well. Oh, what? I don't think the first shot knocked me on, Con. I think the second shot did. I don't see me waking up from that, to be honest. Ah, well, there we go. I'll just quickly respawn so I end up being my guy. Hand it to him. That was a well done ambush. Maybe it might have been all set up that way. It might have been a fight and they were in a window, could see me. I don't think it felt like an ambush because I wasn't in a place where you probably do that. But they saw me first as I was running around looking for them. You know, shit happens. Johnny, thank you very, very much. Right, that's it for me. Yeah, I am done. I will be back again. Okay, I'll be back again. I've just had a message about the car. That might be good news. We'll see. When will I be back? Probably Sunday, just after lunch, all being well. Thanks a lot for coming in, guys. Really, really appreciate it. I will be back soon. Take it easy. Have a good one. Love you. Bye.